News. Donald Trump back in Washington for the first time since leaving office.
This November, the people are going to vote to stop the destruction of our country, and they're going to vote to rescue America's future.
He's predicting a momentous landslide this fall while criticizing the Biden administration and the Democratic leaders of the House and Senate on many issues, including the economy and crime. Former Vice President Mike Pence telling a nearby conservative gathering earlier today that elections are about the future and that he and Trump may differ on focus.
It's absolutely essential at a time when so many Americans are hurting, so many families are struggling, that we don't give way to the temptation to look back.
Though he also praised policies from the Trump-Pence administration. Meantime, President Biden focusing on the positive.
Since I've been in office, the economy has created 613,000 overall manufacturing jobs, just manufacturing jobs. Today's announcement is also proof that America is back to working with our allies.
This during a meeting with the chairman of the SK Group, the South Korean conglomerate announcing an additional $22 billion worth of manufacturing investments. That meeting held virtually as President Biden isolates with COVID for a fifth day, his physician saying in his latest update on the president's condition that most of his COVID symptoms have resolved. A sell-off on Wall Street. The Dow down 229 points at the closing bell. The S&P and the NASDAQ dropping more than 1%. The Fed expected to announce another sizable interest rate hike tomorrow. America is listening to Fox News.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
On Election Day, the Camacho Addict campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved with the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
New research on monkeypox suggests it might be able to spread more easily than first thought.
Researchers just don't know right now if monkeypox is spreadable through surface contact. What they did find is the virus does transfer easily onto surfaces. That study by Eurosurveillance examined the hospital rooms of 2 monkeypox patients in Germany and found most surfaces were contaminated after direct contact, particularly on frequently used linens, chairs, and in bathrooms where researchers found the largest viral loads. What's still a mystery, though, is whether or not contact with infected surfaces passes along a sufficient amount of virus to actually get people sick.
Fox's Charles Watson. U.S. health officials haven't decided yet whether to declare a national emergency. A global outbreak has spread to more than 50 countries. A state judge clears the way for Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene to seek re-election.
The ruling rejects an appeal by a handful of voters in Greene's district who said the Republican should be disqualified because of a role they claim she played in the January 6, 2021 Capitol riot. The challengers cite a 14th Amendment clause saying no member of Congress can serve who has engaged in rebellion. An administrative law judge in May said there wasn't enough evidence to support that. Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger agreed. The Superior Court's Chief Judge, Christopher Brasher, has affirmed Greene's eligibility.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The jacket worn by astronaut Buzz Aldrin during the Apollo 11 moon landing mission sells at auction for $2.25 million.
And that is a new world record for any space-flown artifact. Congratulations.
With the Sotheby's premium, it's more than $2.7 million. Recapping the Wall Street sell-off, the Dow and the NASDAQ both dropping more than 200 points. Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
As a defense attorney, I've represented many people who, if they weren't poor or they had received a higher education, may have taken a different path. As senator, I will propose a scholarship for those whose struggles are less academic and more financial. Let's keep our university full, not our prison. I'm Thomas Fisher. I not only approve this message, I wrote it.
Paid for by Tom for Guam, Drake Diaz, Treasurer.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment, located in Harmon Industrial Park.
Half a day and good morning, Guam. It's 6:06 on Wednesday, July 27. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. GPD has identified the two men who were found dead last week at a ranch in Jigo. 43-year-old Dong Yi Wang and 24-year-old Ba Hung Dong Nguyen were found with gunshot wounds Friday at a farm area along Chalan Arendo. Authorities say a firearm was found at the scene. Criminal investigators are now searching for a person of interest. Sources say that the ranch belongs to a Vietnamese farmer and add that the two workers had gotten into an argument before they shot each other. The AG's office is working to schedule both autopsies. And a man accused of breaking into the Chinese school in Tamuning has been arrested. Court documents state that police responded to a report of a burglary in progress and spotted 43-year-old Jonathan Philip Castro Jones entering the back of the building. Jones broke in through a window, and a witness reported metal desk drawers were pried open. When authorities apprehended Jones, he admitted that he had an ice pipe in his pocket. Police confiscated the glass pipe and a bag containing meth. Jones was on pre-trial release in connection with a 2021 advanced stalking case. He was charged with burglary and possession of a Schedule II. He was booked and confined. We'll have more news after this.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through a remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Over $850,000 in PUA waiver requests were approved this month by the Guam Labor Department. A release states that the department is reviewing waivers daily. Labor Director David De La Sola says overpayments are not being collected, which leaves residents with more money for gas, groceries, rent, medical bills, and other necessities. The agency recently had malware attack on the PUA system and the HireGuam.com website maintained by a national vendor, which caused some minor disruption in the processing of waiver requests. The deadline to submit an overpayment waiver application is the 1st of August. And the Guam legislature has passed Bill 325, the Power Credit Program for all residential, master metered, and commercial GPA customers. The bill would grant $500 in credit that will be divided into 5 $100 credits against customer billings for 5 months. The program was at first to be funded only through a 2022 general fund appropriation, but was amended Monday to include fiscal year 2021's excess general fund revenues and any federal funds that can be used. No local funds may be used for the program as long as federal funds for the bill's purpose are available. There had been concerns about using the general fund monies when federal funding under the government's discretion could be available. Adelup has previously stated that those funds cannot be used for the credit program, saying the rise in gas prices was not caused by the pandemic. Bill 325 now goes to the governor's desk for decision, enactment, veto, or take no action and let the measure lapse into law. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
I figured it out.
What is it?
No, the total strategy. There's a global strategy with this whole GPA rebate thing, and I figured it out. Yesterday, I only had. I'll admit this now. I only had half of the equation yesterday. Yesterday, the half of the equation that I was working on was that the GOP and Mike wanted to paint Lou as being cheap, right? Or as a whole, and stingy with the money. But it also occurs to me that the Adeloop's response might be to make Mike and certain members of the GOP look greedy. Like, oh yeah, because it was in the response from Crystal yesterday, where they were talking about, we've got these people who make quite a lot of money here that all of a sudden they're asking for more. It's like, the COVID had an impact on them one way or the other. I'll investigate that a little bit more as the program continues. 6:11 in the morning. And then there's the other story where they've identified the guys down in up in Gigo in the shooting. And so what's the speculation on that? You open the microphone. So what's the speculation on that? Is that they're saying it looks like there might have been like some kind of mutual combat going on and they just shot each other?
That's according to a source.
A source says that might have been the situation. I don't know why. As inappropriate as this might sound, it kind of reminds me of a ditty that my friends, the Javier boys taught me when we were, 11 or 12 or something like that. It was just, it goes like this. One bright day in the middle of the night, two dead boys got up to fight. Back to back, they faced each other, drew their swords, and shot each other. The deaf policeman heard the noise, came and shot the two dead boys. If you don't believe this lie is true, ask the blind man. He saw too. You like that?
Yeah.
You ever hear that one before?
We can close the show up now, right?
I think so. Having solved all of the problems, I guess the rest of this is just going to be kind of downhill from here. 6:12 in the morning. Here it comes, the weather. Partly sunny. When? When is it going to be partly sunny? Actually, that basically means there's not going to be a whole lot of sun out there, and here's why. You take a look at what's going on in the satellite imagery, and if you're watching on Facebook Live, YouTube Live, or ThePOINT.gu, you will see that Guam is smack dab in the middle of this incredible weather pattern that is right on top of us, bringing scattered showers and thunderstorms. It started raining yesterday afternoon, and I don't know that it ever stopped. I went outside. And I've got one of those ERC tarps in the backyard now.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear a thing. It was coming down so heavy on that plastic tarp.
Did you sleep good, Ray?
Oh, it's like a saint, my brother. But we got partly sunny skies. Highs near maybe 86 degrees with the heat index. It might feel like 90. Southwest winds 8 to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high maybe as 23 miles an hour. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows 77 degrees. And forecast for tomorrow, they're removing the scattered showers and thunderstorms and just saying maybe back to isolated showers as this system tries to move west of where we are. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs near 87 degrees. This can't be right. Are we still talking about our area in the Pacific?
This is Guam,
This
man.
is mostly sunny with just isolated showers. We're going back to, like June weather or something like this. Partly cloudy and overnight lows of about 77 degrees tomorrow night. Sunrise this morning about 7 minutes ago, and sunset tonight is going to be at 6:50. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3 The Point, brought to you by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 68 years.
I want my children to be healthy and safe for the new school year. That's why I made an appointment at the FHP Health Center for their annual checkups, vaccines, physicals, and dental exams. FHP pediatricians and dentists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. Receive a free gift with your child's checkup. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, press 1. Most private insurance plans accepted. FHP Health Center. Our island, your claim.
Paying more for gas, more for food, more for everything? How about something for free? For a limited time, switch to GTA and get 3 months free. Bring your phone with your number to GTA and get 3 months of free service when you sign up for any wireless unlimited plan. Plus, we'll waive activation fees and set you up with a free SIM card. Come into GTA today for the best truly unlimited wireless plans on the best network. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, visit GTA.net. GTA, we start with you.
Headphones aren't loud enough this morning. Come on, it's like I got to wake myself up because I slept so good last night. Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Security Title, buying, selling, doing something with some real estate. There is one critical piece there. That is the title. That's actually what you're buying here, is the title to the property. You want to make sure there are no blemishes on it, nothing that might slow down the process or raise some difficult and awkward questions. So let Ron and Kim take care of that with their incredible staff at Security Title.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Stingy.
Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
It's 6:16 in the morning, and I know it's going to be a great day in the morning when I walk into the studio, and there's Joanne over here and Donna D over here, and I'm talking about waking up this morning and finally the cough of coughs. And when you get a head cold like the kind that I have, it's the cough of coughs. And I'm not going to say too much, except it was that weird phlegmy, thicky kind of what color? Oh my God, what color is that coming out of my face kind of cough? You know which one I'm talking about?
That's safe and leaving the body.
And they're like, ew, that's gross. And I'm going, yeah, that's the reaction I was looking for.
Bravest women ever.
Exactly, working with me in the studio. It's scary, too, because I spit when I talk. Anyway, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As usual, thrilled to be here with you this morning, and we're ramping quickly. And maybe it has to do with the fact that we are 30 days away from the primary election.
It's happening too fast.
No.
And early voting starts tomorrow.
Early voting starts tomorrow. No, I don't know, because we've been counting down the number of days to the primary for about 200 days.
Oh, forever?
It's like since ever since, bro. Since ever since we've been counting it down, and now here we are. We're 30 days away from it, and as Donna just pointed out, early voting starts tomorrow over at the Westin. We'll see what details that we can get for you. I don't know if like you absolutely need. We talked to Maria Pangolin a half dozen times about the idea that you go over to Westin and you park over here, and we got to there's a thing
buffet.
No, not a buffet. Not open bar. There's no buffet.
No open bar.
Not even a free muffin.
For heaven's sake, when is the government going to start working for us instead of the other way around? Do we, how often do we have to ask that question? Are you better off today than you are tomorrow? Maybe I'd look the other way on certain things like roadblocks and business closes and things like that. If they said, "Hey, come on by the Westin happy hour," and you just go vote and then go hang out over at the bar. Great view over in the place. Or tell you what. If you're into exercise, you can do the Westin stairs. You ever see that?
No, I've seen it, but no, thank you.
No, Joanne is a Westin stairs girl, right?
I used to do that.
You used to do that?
I used to do that.
Why did you stop?
I got old.
It's not easy.
It's not.
It's not easy.
It's not.
So people will remember once upon a time there used to be a bar at the bottom. You remember the name of it?
I do not remember the name of it.
Oh my God! It was the Rodney Berdalio's mom and dad's place.
Blue Lagoon.
Blue Lagoon. Thank you very much. So Blue Lagoon. Before there was a hotel there, before there was a massive hotel there, there was a little bar down at the bottom where and it was
a nook.
It was kind of a nook, right?
Yeah.
Nobody ever went to that part. It was too hard to get to on that side of Tumon, and the pillbox and everything on the other side, and a nice little way to kind of get around the cove if you were brave enough to walk along the ocean bank that they've got down there. But you would get. The deal was, once you went to Blue Lagoon, that was where you were going to be all day. You park upstairs, you park up, maybe over at the Okura parking lot or whatever in that area over by, what is it, Foxy's? Foxy's.
Foxy's.
Wasn't there before. It was something else. But anyway, so you parked the car up there, and then you walked down this unbelievably steep hill. It was concrete, but, it was still, walking down was kind of fun. And then you go down to Blue Lagoon, and you listen to some music and watch chicks in bikinis and do all that stuff. And then it'd be like sunset. And then you've got to try to make your your way back up that incredible incline. And folks, I tell you what, if you're born in, so the closest approximation to that now is actually doing the stairs over at the Westin. Retrace my steps, if you will, from back in the 1980s when we used to go and hang out in the Blue Lagoon. Hey, 20 minutes after the hour, 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. The meme machine is online, although I will admit I've not had a chance to surveil the meme machine here just yet, and I'll tell you why. Because there's a couple of interesting stories that I'm chasing around here today, and I should have had it yesterday, but I don't know. I was distracted by what might have been real news. But Newsweek and virtually every other news service of any kind of merit around the world are all telling the same story. It is about a guy that was killed by his pet boa constrictor.
Oh, nice.
Did you see that story?
No, I didn't.
It's
I saw
awesome.
other stories about snakes, Ray.
So for those of you with the snake phobia, I've got one on the screen right now. So it was a boa constrictor, something like a python. And here's the story.
He's pretty.
That is a pretty snake. Thank God we don't have anything like that around here. Can you imagine? Just opening go to the bathroom in the middle of the night and there's one of those things sitting in the toilet waiting for you?
Will it fit?
That's
kind of big.
No, it would just be the head. It would just be the head poking out of the little hole down at the bottom. At any rate, here's the story goes. Constrictors are a large non-venomous snake species. They kill their prey by suffocation and cutting off their blood supply. The snakes tend to catch their prey in their jaws before throwing coils around them and squeezing tightly. There was a story. Do I have the whole story here up on the top? Yeah, it is. A man who was strangled by his 18-foot pet boa constrictor has died 4 days after the attack. Elliot Sensman, 27, was found with a huge snake coiling around his neck on the 20th in Upper Macungie Township. Police arrived at the property and found him unconscious, suffering a cardiac arrest as the snake continued constricting the victim. Officers managed to shoot the serpent dead in the head without injuring Sensman, who was immediately rushed to the hospital. An Upper Macungie Township Police Department spokesman told Newsweek in an email that unfortunately the victim passed away. He died of brain injuries after the snake completely cut off oxygen to his brain. Is the way
you got to feed those things often.
I suppose.
Snake just doing what snake does.
Right? Yeah, there's that. It just seems to me not the kind of creature that you want to turn your back on. And then there is another really bizarre story here about a township in North Carolina. It's Kenley. Announced the entire police department there has quit.
Job openings.
Job openings, right.
Wow.
They're citing a toxic and hostile work environment. Elected officials from the town of about 2,000 residents have gone silent on a plan for law enforcement moving forward. The July 20th mass resignation of the department's police chief, 4 full-time officers and 2 town clerks, who are all white, came less than 2 months after the town hired a new town manager who is black, leaving many critics to question whether race was at the core of the department's sudden collapse. So the township hired a black manager. It's some places do that. You got mayors elected, whatever. And in other places, they're more run like a business. We'll have a manager run things. And that's the way they did it. And the police department guys said, we can no longer work under these drastic and hostile conditions, which they didn't outline in their resignation letters, but it is among some of the more interesting stories that we've got here in the morning. 6:23, lots to get through, and I'm going to glance at the meme machine, 797-8255, while this little ditty plays.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
And this is a spot like back in Guam on a payday Friday. Everybody getting around there. It's like being at a rosary, except there's no food, and we just kind of know each other. Hey, how you doing? How's your mom, boy? Is everybody okay in the family?
How's your mom?
Nice to have you along for the ride here. 797-8255. As I say, we get to. I'm looking at it, and I don't know when. Maybe I got to refresh a page or something like that, because the only thing I see here is stuff that was on and part of the meme machine yesterday. Let me refresh that. While we get to some of the celebrities that we happen to be hanging out with this morning, include Colin Clark at number 1. Way to go, Colin!
Wow.
Back in the fold.
Are you okay, bro?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's here early.
Colin was the guy that sent us yesterday. He sent me a picture of the covered stop sign up in Jigo. I think it was up in Jigo. And I'm kind of curious as to what the deal is going to be again. I don't want to beat this dead horse. It's just that there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of information coming out about what we're really trying to do up there. I don't know from one minute to the next whether that 4-way stop is in effect or whether we have to watch what the policeman says or did they change their mind. I think it's one of those things that everybody, like all the way up to Lulian Guerrero, is just really embarrassed about it and going, the less we say about it, the better. You know what? We'll send more 4-page letters out to Jim Moylan, and that'll be those will be our talking points today. I know what we'll do. We'll make an announcement about the reopening of the Agano swimming pool. Sorry, boss.
Wow.
Not ready for that just
That
yet.
would distract me.
Take another
time,
couple
Ray.
of years to get all of that done. I got so Collins at number 1. Big Biba here, Lieutenant Governor size Biba. As a matter of fact, I got Tony and Annette Unpinko at that. Good to have you there, Brad. Brad Wood is there. Jose Martinez noticing correctly that it is Red Shirt Wednesday. It is.
Oh, good morning.
It is Red
Yeah,
Shirt.
the rice.
What? I beg your pardon.
No, that's red
That
rice.
ain't red.
Colonists, colonizers. What are you talking about? This is the same
Be
color.
careful. You might get the Magahaga Award.
This is the same color as red rice. So it is clearly red. Do we have to go over the whole Paul Zerzan thing? Thanks very much. John Ray Titano online. I got the big Rico man, big man Rico Blancaflor saying, Putin did it. Putin did it. No, Putin didn't do anything. It was all Biden's fault. Putin just came along and made it worse. And trust me, it would have gotten worse on its own anyway. Putin just, the whole thing with Ukraine and all of that. Bunker online saying, yep, people living in La La Land if they think nothing is serious. Tony Uggan talking about they love us. There's Lena McDaniel. Sarita Garin starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. I'll be there. What? I was about to complain about something.
Again?
No, I don't know. I was about to complain about something. My social media was going off about 8 o'clock last night, and there were a whole bunch of people that were taking selfies of each other. Looked like over at Tower of London, and apparently it was a fundy for Dr. Sam Mabini.
Oh, photo dump.
It's a big photo dump going on out there, and
Yes.
and it occurred to me that I wasn't in any of those pictures.
Oh,
and I'm
wow.
going, I want to say, hey man, where was my invitation? But it is also possible that A, I already got it, and B, I couldn't have gone yesterday because I'm still nursing this head cold. But I just kind of curious. So who's walking around here this morning with self-inflicted head wounds from being at the fundraiser? Who does a fundraiser on Tuesday night in the middle of the awful weather? I got Donna D going, hi Val. Tony Uggan says, I worry about RJC and James Howard. Tony, we all worry about that. We're watching it like Romeo and Juliet. Pam Duvall, the amazing hot sis of the program. Sunny somewhere. Yeah, I suppose so. Biba Harvey Egnam.
Oh, Biba Harvey.
With a little history lesson, although the practice was strictly illegal during the reign of Louis the 13th of France. An average of 121 Army officers died in duels each year, and no one was apparently ever punished for taking part in this. Because it was, you know what, these were unhung, people so hung up about things these days. You know, two guys get into a thing and it's a mutual combat and one of them kills the other. If you got a legitimate reason, somebody says, makes comments about your wife or your daughter or something like that, that's dual time. That is dual time. We'll modernize, we'll bring that to modern times. Somebody comes up to you and says, hey dude, your truck is ugly. That's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a duel. Bring it. It's outside right now, outside. We got Tim Zedeker online. Big John Ray Titano is there. And Sarita asking, my goodness, where is the sun? What's it looking like over at your place? We should call in again. Many government employees get paid too much for doing very substandard work. Names, Colin, names. We need names. One broken water main, 14 guys, 2 working. some people will say, yeah, that's just the way it is in the government of Guam. I'm here to tell you, having been a veteran of working at places like Guam Cable TV in the past, it was not uncommon for there to be, a couple of guys, climb up on the top of a pole, right? Johnny one time, Bobby G, up there doing the pole work, and down at the bottom, any number of managers, Harrison and me, up there holding coffee cups, watching the guys work.
Directing.
Directing
Yeah, working
is
the
supervising, as a matter of fact. Sean May, Piccolo Pete went down the street, 48 pounds of swinging meat. I don't think I'm going to finish that, Sean. I appreciate it. I'll read that later. Dang, it's still dark outside, says Rico B. Charles Craw online talking about online gambling. There's Ton Duck from Washington State. Hi, morning to the point. Hope everybody is going to enjoy the day, and I imagine that we will. Rico talking about phlegm, cough. Ray has a booger. Had. It's. I think I'm finally getting out from under this thing. Chris Watson saying good morning, Guahan and the point. Good to have you there, Chris. Nice to see you. Valerie S.A. Untalan. Wow, Blue Lagoon, dude, we're old. Sorry to point it out, but it is a matter of fact and ancient history. That was back in the old days. You could look down Tumon and count on one hand the number of buildings that were over about 4 or 5 stories. That's kind of back in the day when they held on to the rule that you couldn't build anything taller than the tallest coconut tree in Upper Tumon. Back in those days, and then it came out with all the variants and things like that. Marla Carbolito is online. Matt Galendez hanging out with us this morning. Kill it with fire, says John Ray Titano. That could actually apply to virtually everything. I'm not sure why, but among my favorite words, Carl Myers using this morning, talaga. Iban. Lucia Wood talking about I hate snakes. And Sarita Garin saying, I don't like them either. Who else is playing around? I said Chris and Anna Marie. Tony D'Angelo is online. That's big man Tony D'Angelo.
Tony, how you doing, man?
Tony's the guy. If you ever have to get into a thing with mutual combat, but you want to make sure it'll be fair, you get Tony down there.
Yeah, he knows a guy.
He does. He knows a guy. It'll be...
He's a good fella.
I'll bet you he could have played a character in Goodfella while I'm thinking about it. Who else is playing around? Carl and Matt Galendez, Henry Menglotnia, Carlos Barreto, our favorite video producer of all time online. Dan Rosal is there. Vince Mesa. That's guitar, Vince.
Biba.
No, that's guitar, Vince. Vince Mora is the Biba guy. He's the one that's running for office.
Hey,
Greg Baz Knight. Ton Duk Duk says, I remember back in the late 80s when a baby died by an 8-foot snake, maybe up in Dededo area. It does kind of ring a bell. I have to go and research all of that. Jeff Pleadwell from Pirates Cove online. Jane Nauta is there. I got Gemma Bustamante. Gina St. Nicholas hanging out with us. Harvey Egna, here's another history lesson from him. Aaron Burr versus Alexander Hamilton, the only VP ever wanted for murder in 2 states. Again, a totally different man's country, the United States of America. This is back in the old days. Where you walking around, you got a knife on you all the time. You got a pistola over on the side because it's not the civilized kind of woke culture that we've got here today, or some say. Scott Armstrong is there. Joe Ngoko, Buenos Aires, Ken Leon Guerrero, the other governor Leon Guerrero. It says, raining so hard, we've got 2 inches of standing water on the hill down from my house to the gas station. It looks like a hillside lake. I believe it. Sandra Regis is there. Biba, good morning to you. Dave Lazard and Nate Horn hanging out with us this morning. Big crowd here this morning. I don't know why. Am I scheduled? Am I scheduled to impart some kind of life-changing sacred wisdom on the program here today?
Like and share.
Later. Not now. Later. The keys to hotness. YourTango.com on the World Wide Web. They give you the keys to becoming more attractive regardless of physical attributes. Regardless of physical. I guess what they're saying is you can be kind of roly-poly, kind of Buñuelos doggo in the face, but but there's still a way to turn that into some kind of hotness going on.
Jesus, buck.
Yeah. Maybe there's some of that. Anyway, 6:34 in the morning, but plenty of stuff on the table of contents to get to. I don't know. I'm fixated now, and because I gave Boris Herzlich an assignment that I don't know that he's done. A couple of weeks ago, the Guam Daily Post printed It was a little data set that they put together of the dates and what the price of gas was at that time. It goes back to like May of 2020. I took a picture of it, thankfully, and I suppose I'll have to do it since Boris isn't. I will put together the database of where we've been this decade so far with gasoline, what the price of gas was at the pump, what West Texas was, and if I can get the information, what Tapas was, so I can have a kind of a graph with some points of intersection to see if there's a way that we can correlate the price of Tapas crude, the price of West Texas crude, and correlate it to what happens here at the pump. But I am kind of interested to see where things are, and the number of times gas is down again. By the way, if you missed the story, gas is down. We are at $5.45 for a gallon of gasoline. It's lower, but it's not low. How low do we want it to get? I'd like it to go all the way back, in the very least, all the way back to what it was in the good old days before Biden was the president. Do you remember? You gotta kind of close your eyes really, really hard, and we have the magical music playing in the background as you close your eyes and you squint through the tunnel of time. I'll be okay.
Wow, that was a big bong hit, right?
Right? But the more you cough, the higher you get, right? But anyway, so through that tunnel of time to see back in the good old days when Joe Biden wasn't the president, gas was $3.38 a gallon. And
I even complained then, too.
Right? Wow, $3.38, man. I can tell my cousins down south I may never see them again. Tell you what, let's meet in the middle. Come up to Assen. Meet me at Adelup. We'll go fishing on the side, and that's as good as it's going to get. $3.38 is what it was January of 2021. In the last month, not month, but a little bit, maybe a month and a half, close to a month and a half, gas has gone down by $1. That is the good news. Is this the low point? And the answer to that question is, golly, I wished I knew, and I'd be able to, come up with something that might be able to guide us. 94.92 was what West Texas was trading for the last time I looked at it. So maybe a little bit more on that subject as we make our way forward into the morning. We've got now a new bill that has been passed apparently unanimously over at the legislature that would provide the $500 relief for all of the ratepayers that are out there. Anybody's got their name on the power bill are going to get $100 a month worth of credit. That is if the governor signs the bill into law or allows it to lapse into law. There's a lot for her not to like. And here's the thing, guys. Even though the price of gasoline is going down, I have not heard from Simon Sanchez or any of the members of the Consolidated Commission on Utilities reviewing, as it were, where we are now with West Texas crude and seeing if that's going to make a difference in the price of the power bill. I'd like to be able to see the LEAC go down and still get that rebate. I'd like to be able to see all of that kind of thing happening. When was the governor's State of the Island address? Anybody remember when that was? How long ago was that? It was last month, right?
Yeah.
So the question, so it sounded like it was one of those things that we could probably work on in about, a day, a week. We get to send me a bill. I'll take a look at it. If it works out, then I like it. But there still is disagreement on what the source of those rebate dollars are going to be. Will they come out of excess revenue in 2021? Is it going to come out of excess revenue in 2022? Or is it going to come out of the ARP monies? And it might be one of those things where they're still going to be at loggerheads over at the administration on how they want to fund it. Because I think the way it works is you cannot use local funds until we've made it very, very clear that you can't use federal funds. If the federal funds might be available, and despite very, very good advice from Doug Moylan on the radio yesterday, I don't know that anybody has written a letter off, to include the language in that measure off to the Treasury to say, can we use federal funds to take care of Ray Gibson's power bill, even though Ray Gibson is not in the protected NAPMC class because he's too poor, right? Something like that. So we'll watch and see how this is going to happen. It is possible that she could just let the thing lapse into law, and then we can just sit and pout and disagree over the use of the federal funds forever. Forever. Where's Ruckus saying? You don't want to hear Ruckus say it. Come on.
yeah.
That's it. That's
There
it.
it is.
You're
I
a
can't
prep.
find it, man.
It's in there somewhere.
Ray, I think I should quit.
It's your son and your sound effect. No, it's not. It's there we go. Thank you very much. All right, 6:39 in the morning. You know, I set the thing up for 4 minutes, and I'm just, it's okay, Joe. It's all right. Anyway, 6:39, lots and lots of other stuff on the table of contents to get to. And while I appreciate the editorial, I don't generally often read them, but I might go over a few of the points that Cousin Troy makes in an editorial that he put on Candid yesterday. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero said in her State of the Union address and in campaign commercials that Guam economy is growing stronger. Is this the reality? Is this true? And then starts talking and interviewing and using some of the quotes from people that are in businesses, very small businesses, microeconomic parts of the economy. They're saying just how bad it is, just how close they are to throwing in the towel, calling it quits, mail the license back to Daphne Shimazu. So more on that in a little bit. 20 away from the top of the hour in the Ray Gibson Show, and about time for us to take our first big look at news and headlines. It'll be different. Donna's going to take a break from the headlines this time, and instead we bring in, it's a voice that you'll hear all morning Friday, and because she's going to be subbing for Donna, and then who knows what's going to happen. Joanne Matanani, real Matanani, by the way. What happened?
I'm real.
For the real. What's the news?
Good morning, Guam. An audit by the Office of the Public Accountability reveals that Inalahan and Ordet Salampago spent some of their annual host village funds without proper authorization. The 2000 law, which gives each village $150,000 a year in benefits, states spending must be authorized via resolution from a village municipal planning council. The OPA found $67,000 in questionable spending by Ordet Salampago and $47,000 by Inalahan, neither approved by planning councils. The audit was a result of the Public Utilities Commission request in May 2020 after the village mayors asked for the PUC to increase their annual host premium payments from $150,000 to $175,000. In other news, the Federated States of Micronesia has surpassed 2,000 cases of COVID-19 and recorded its first death this week. FSM spokesperson Richard Clark confirmed that senior leaders have been infected with COVID, prompting workplace policies to go into effect to curb the spread in the islands. FSM President David Penuelo plans to meet Governor Lou Leon Guerrero to discuss potential assistance Guam can provide to its regional neighbors. Leon Guerrero's office confirmed that Penuelo was on island Tuesday, but did not have an official date for the meeting between the leaders. Lastly, Nicholas Wayne Moore could possibly get off the hook again after repeatedly violating the court's pre-trial conditions. On July 13, Moore was arrested and detained at the Department of Corrections without bail after failing to comply with his conditions of electronic monitoring. Moore has a slew of charges against him in several cases, including connection to the death of Michael Castro. Castro's remains were found inside of a container in the jungles of Jigo back in October of 2021, almost a year after he was reported missing. Moore is also facing a charge of third-degree criminal sexual conduct for allegedly engaging in sexual penetration with a minor during December 2016 and January of 2017. He is also a suspect in the involvement in the October 2020 drive-by shooting in Agana Heights. Those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
Gotcha. 6:43 in the morning. Very, very interesting case with that Moore kid. Did they say in the story whether or not they're going to release him to his mother? Because from what I've read here, he doesn't seem to be following anybody's instructions.
They said they don't want to. The lawyer said they don't want to do that because she might be a witness in one of his cases.
I heard they ordered them to reconnect the umbilical cord.
I'm sure Donna will have more.
Might be 6:43 in the morning on that. 100 degrees in Vancouver, Washington, says Keenan McCausland here this morning. Oh, boy. Hot everywhere except Guam, where depending on who you talk to, we still haven't actually made contact with the sun this morning, but we'll keep sending the satellites and the probes up into space for it. 6:43. I'll be right back.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill, located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit putting it 4 and 5 into winning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
On Election Day, the Camacho Attic campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved with the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
I was asking myself, where's the map? And I realized, oh, it's right in front of you. Okay, there's a map of Guam in front of me. And on it, and it's on your screen so you can see as well, lots of green. Green means that the traffic is flowing on all of the roads that you can see here. I'll zoom in to see if I can find any kind of problems. Doesn't look like we're going to get anything more than intersection traffic from all the way up at Anderson Air Force Base, clear through Upper Tumon, Micronesia Mall intersection into Tamuni. Things look like they're running very, very clear in most of the spots. I will take a quick look at what's happening over at Atacao, and it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of distress in that area right now. Move up a little bit and see what's happening up at Gedson Arrow. Traffic moving a little bit slower once you pass that intersection, but otherwise northbound traffic should be picking up all right. Let me see what else is happening. Route 4, Route 8 into town here. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot that is going to slow you down. A little bit of traffic over by Cars Plus on Route 8, but otherwise it's running fairly clear. A little bit of traffic likewise on Route 4, but otherwise that piece of traffic is running fairly clear into the downtown Agutnia area. Marine Corps Drive, southbound all the way to Sumai, not bad at all. Might be moving a little bit slower, though, as traffic begins to pick up because the roads are wet and flooding in all of the usual spots.
Take your business to new heights with the United Business Credit Card. Earn 30,000 bonus miles after spending $3,000 within the first 3 months after account opening. Plus, earn 3 times the miles per $1 spent on United tickets through United until April 30th, 2023, and 2 times the miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com United Business for more information and to apply for your United Business Credit Card today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
I hear you. 647, 648 in the morning. There's an interesting COVID story that has almost nothing to do with Guam, except that the president of the FSM is here. David Panuelo in town on island seeking help. This is from the Guam Daily Post for COVID-19 outbreaks at home. Got this from a source in the medical community. It says YAP sent over 80 people to join the FSM Expo on ship to Pohnpei. COVID hit Pohnpei from the repatriation, while hundreds of people joined from the other FSM sister states just to be exposed to COVID during the FSM Expo on Pohnpei. The ship carrying the Yappies sailing back to Yap left Pohnpei Sunday and will arrive on Yap this week. Yap is still COVID-free until this week, Friday, when the ship literally arrives on the shores. We have, I don't know if you can do that. We've got plans to set up a COVID test to treat site. All these plans are now on the express lane to be completed before this week, Friday, when that ship comes in. We all know We all knew we'll get COVID, and now we know exactly when we on YAP will get COVID and exactly how and from whom. Rats, he says. The bright side of this ordeal is that my staff at Public Health will not have to do COVID case investigation and contact tracing. Lord have mercy. The deal is, we got what we got. Here it is, the ship, and we know that there's COVID on it, and it's got to dock. So just get in there and just presume that everybody that steps off is going to have COVID-19 one way or the other. Be nice to know which variant that we're talking about, which one in particular these individuals are going to be suffering from, but who knows. 6:49 in the morning, 888-825-5880-TALK. We get started with somebody I had the pleasure of having a late coffee with yesterday morning, and that's His Honor, Bob Klitsky. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Judge. How you doing there? Did you have your coffee yet, sir?
I'm just finishing my last cup. Right?
Very, very good. You know, and when he says last cup, he means the last cup for this hour. There will be a steady stream and a steady drip of caffeine into Bob Klitsky, probably until well into this afternoon when Tall Tale starts. I know, despite the fantastic conversation and the catch-up that we had yesterday, interesting conversation that did not come up were the results. I've heard it on the show, but the results and your subsequent efforts to get more information from the governor's office and the Bureau of Women's Affairs. You had sent out a FOIA asking to see what work has been done in the last 4 years on the actual statutory requirements of the Bureau of Women's Affairs, and came up virtually empty-handed on that. Yes?
That's correct, Ray.
And so the next thing is what?
Well, I borrowed a page from Jim Moylan's book and wrote a letter to the governor.
And?
Well, I sent the letter yesterday afternoon, so I'll give her time to answer my letter, and depending on the answer or lack thereof, I'll decide what my next move is going to be.
What was the nature of your comments to Lou?
That I've heard her more than once talk about her administration and how much they favor transparency and how transparent they are. And I pointed out that a member of her cabinet was not transparent at all, and I asked her to order that member of the cabinet to comply with the Sunshine Law, which means answer my Sunshine Law demand.
Mm-hmm. And as you point out, nothing yet from all of that. Portions of that letter to Lulian Guro read, set out infra is the demand for public records transmitted to a member of your cabinet, Jane Flores, back in July 4th. The demand referenced the organic statute of the Bureau of Women's Affairs, the director of which is Ms. Flores. The response to the demand indicated that there are no public records responsive to demands 5 through 10. NB that 10 requires the production of documents detailing the organization of the Bureau as produced by the Board of Advisors to be appointed by Ms. Flores. The absence of public records responsive to 9 and 10 implies that the BWA is rudderless. And I recall the conversation where you were asking basic questions about basic work required by statute of the Bureau of Women's Affairs.
Exactly. So for 5 through 10, there were no answers. She is supposed to advertise in the paper for people to constitute that board. She appoints the board. The board figures out the organization of the office, and they take off from there. She didn't do any of that stuff. As far as 1 through 4 is concerned, the Sunshine Law tracks the statute. So there are 10 statutory requirements, and the Sunshine Law demands asked for documents showing that she'd complied with each of those. Well, instead of doing that, she sends a page that is nothing but links, as we understand that term. Links not identified to any one of the demands, just a page full of links. And ironically, I didn't open up any of the links, but most of them were from 2021 on, suggesting she didn't do anything for the first almost 2.5 or to 3 years that she was in office.
Well, she's been working awful hard to see if we can find an abortion doctor here on Guam, and even showing up in protests to protest the overruling of Roe v. Wade. Certainly, that's got to fall in line with the Bureau of Women's Affairs somewhere.
Well, ironically, if you were to do a search for the word abortion in her organic statute. You won't find it. It's not there anywhere.
Well, how about women's health? They like to hide abortion inside women's health.
Nor reproductive health.
Ah.
Neither of those terms is there.
Well, this is interesting. There seems to be a developing pattern. Although what was it they said in their response to Jim Moylan the other day? I think it's a fiscal conservancy is the hallmark. Fiscal responsibility is the hallmark of the administration. I thought maybe another hallmark might be transparency because they talk about that all the time. But in this case, there's an entire department, the division of the Department of Women's Affairs that has been unresponsive to a legally requested FOIA, and then Ken Leon Guerrero, who you might have heard on the radio, likewise had sent a FOIA to the governor's office asking for information and details about meetings that supposedly took place, that were acknowledged to have taken place over at the governor's State of the Island address on the construction of a new multi-million-dollar hospital. And they came up goose eggs on that.
Yeah, and not only did they didn't even respond. And when I covered it on the show yesterday, and when Ken called, "We'll get back to you," was the answer.
Mm-hmm.
So the thumbing of the nose seems to be pretty much a standard operating procedure within that administration. This is not the first time, and it appears that as far as the Bureau of Women's Affairs is concerned, it's really the Bureau of Jane Flores. You set up an office with a staff, a budget of give her a salary of almost $100,000 with benefits, and she's free to do whatever turns her on without any reference to the statutory guidance that created her office. And when anybody asks her about it, the response is there is a response, but it's almost a middle finger type response. You know, you want to find this stuff out. Here's 50 links. See what you can find in there.
Yeah.
Have a treasure hunt.
Good luck.
Here's the haystack. See if you can find the needle.
Hope you like fishing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So what you'd refer to as Ray Gibson's dream job then, you know, a six-figure salary, maybe a little bit of travel involved there as I go hunting around for an abortion doctor, and very low expectations for any accomplishments.
Exactly.
Perfect. Before I let you run, because I know you've got a nice little breakfast date set up with Auntie Lou here, a question that I'd asked Doug Moylan yesterday, because it looks like now that we've got a $500 relief for lower power bill headed to the governor's desk, there still seems to be some disagreement between the legislature, certain members of the legislature. Actually, it was unanimous, so everybody that voted on it left in the requirement that any federal funds can be used for the purpose of the legislation before anything else was done with that. It seems to me that there is a major disagreement on the applicability of the ARP funds versus local funds. And you know, if this was in front of you in a court, which way would the fish fluff?
Well, according to Michael San Nicolas, the federal funds can be used. According to the governor, the federal funds can't be used. So if it were me, if it were a close call, I would preserve the money in our local treasury and use the other money, of course.
Yeah. Because if it came to bullets and the guys from the Treasury say, and I don't know that they're doing that anywhere. I think, you know, with the billions and trillions that have been set out in all of these different relief funds, I don't know that they would have the audit. We'd have to have an entire other government set up just to audit all of the spend that's been taking place.
Well, and look at it this way. Let's say that we use the federal funds, preserving the money in the local treasury. Mm-hmm. We have to pay it back. So we pay it back with local funds, which is no different than starting out using local funds in the first place. So, so the downside risk is zero if you use federal funds.
Don't disagree, and that was my idea. We're not talking about $1 billion here. It's just south of $30 million, and we've got more than enough in excess capital that we could just set aside until after the smoke clears and the dust settles.
Exactly.
Well, gee, wouldn't it be great if we were running things around here? 6:58, I'll send out a FOIA and get nothing back.
There you go, Ray.
All right. Well, you have a fantastic rest of the morning. Your Honor, Bob Klitsky, you'll be able to hear him be able to detail that and other incredible stories as Tall Tales begins at 4 o'clock this afternoon here on 93.3 The Point. Closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning, 888-825-888-TALK. Not sure what's going on here. I might need to open up another browser window. The Mean Machine. Winder. Hey, let's go. I got to wash the car. I gotta
check the humdinger and the doodad.
Hey, no fun in the car, okay? But anyway, so I gotta check. The 797-8255 is working. People are sending stuff into the meme machine here this morning. I know because I sent stuff into the meme machine because I wanted to show you what they were eating at which there's a national fair that is going on somewhere across the country. I swear to God, there's a thing called corned beer, and we'll talk about that and maybe show you some pictures of some of the other things that they're mixing up here in the States. They call them state fairs, and there's some really cool stuff that people are grinding on, and I want to be able to show it. I don't want to just describe it. I want to be able to put it up on the screen, and I'll work on that in the next few minutes. So what have I got? 6:59. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up on 93.3 The Point. On the other side, we've got Donna D going to take care of news and headlines. Jerry Roberts is coming in with the Wednesday Extra Point ahead here on The Ray Gibson Show.
The White House plays defense on inflation. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
I would say that, the reduction in gas prices that you've seen over the last couple of weeks is providing some measure of breathing room. Not enough, but some measure of breathing room.
President Biden's top economic advisor, Brian Deese, also says the focus is on trying to improve economic circumstances while pointing to outside analysis that the country isn't in a recession ahead of a GDP report that could signal it meets the technical definition of one. The former president taking issue with a lot of Biden policies ahead of the midterm elections.
The American people are poised to reject the failed reign of Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the radical left in a momentous landslide. This is an incredible opportunity.
Giving a lengthy speech at a conservative summit this afternoon, his first trip back to Washington since leaving office. Just hours after reports that actor Tony Dow had died, a clarification from his family. His son telling Fox News Digital that the Leave It to Beaver star is under hospice care.
Earlier Tuesday, the 77-year-old's management team said the actor had passed in a Facebook post, but that was now taken down. His son, Christopher Dow, said he is still alive, but in his last hours.
Fox's Michelle Polino. Dow is best known for his role as Wally Cleaver, his wife announcing in May that Dow's cancer had returned just a month after he celebrated his 77th birthday. Another Tesla crash is under federal investigation. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration just confirming it has opened a special investigation into the crash of a Tesla Model 3 that killed a motorcyclist in Utah. NHTSA has opened 38 special probes since 2016 involving Tesla vehicles where autopilot systems were suspected of being used. America is listening to Fox News.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but three-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match three-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Record rainfall turns deadly in St. Louis.
Don't drive into standing water.
The warning from St. Louis Fire Chief Dennis Jinkerson following record rains overnight with flash flooding, road and highway closures, and dozens of water rescues.
We've had a tremendous amount of cars that have been door deep and also roof deep in some of these low-lying areas.
One person whose vehicle was found in floodwater over 8 feet deep has died as the region expects even more rain through midweek. The record rains have residents in Nashville, Illinois, just east of St. Louis, now also being warned after a failure of a secondary dam of the city's reservoir. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Water levels at Lake Mead, the nation's largest reservoir, keep receding. And the National Park Service says another set of human remains have been found in Nevada.
A man and his daughter seeing the body parts floating off Swim Beach. Rangers are investigating, and the Clark County Medical Examiner will help determine the cause of death.
Fox's Christian Goodwin, it's the third time in 2 months human remains have been found in the area. With even more mega bucks up for grabs tonight, one boss hopes generosity will pay off.
Todd Graves wants to share the wealth, or at least a chance at wealth, with his 50,000 employees. The CEO and founder of Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers buying each of his workers a ticket for the latest Mega Millions drawing. Graves in a tweet writing, buying 50,000 lottery tickets is harder than you think. To prove the point, he included video of a lotto machine spitting out ticket after ticket after ticket. The Mega Millions jackpot swelling to an estimated $830 million after more than 3 months of drawings without a winner. It's the fourth largest prize in U.S. Lotto history.
Fox's Steve Rappaport. Stocks tumble ahead of the Fed's latest interest rate move tomorrow. The Dow dropping 228 points. The S&P and the NASDAQ sliding more than 1%. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Gas is expensive, so let the bank come to you. Through our remote deposit capture, you can deposit your checks into your account from your phone. And with our Dynamite Bank Pacific Visa debit card, you can use your money anytime, anywhere. It's the perfect combo.
Now we're banking on the future. Services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Equal housing lender. Member FDIC. Crank it up.
Your everyday expenses could be earning you and rewards with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points at Shell, Foodies Guam, and IT&E. Want free fuel from Shell and free snacks from Foodies Guam? Sign up for Pacific Points. Want to save on your home internet and cell phone bill? Claim bill rebates and free prepaid cards at IT&E. Want to save on travel costs? Convert points to United Mileage Plus miles. Sign up for free at PacificPoints.com. Download the app. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
On Election Day, the Camacho Ada campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved with the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. GPD is investigating the death of a 57-year-old man whose body was pulled from the waters off Tangisan Beach over the weekend. Fire rescue units responded to the scene after receiving a report of a missing swimmer around 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon. GFD shared video and images of the search effort conducted by air, sea, and land of the reef and shoreline along Tangisan Beach. The man's body was recovered 3 hours later, about 300 feet outside the reef. An autopsy to determine the unidentified man's cause of death is pending. This marks the third drowning on Guam this year. Meanwhile, the OPA has found that Inarajan and Ordot Chalanpago spent some money without proper authorization. Each village has been given $150,000 a year as the host communities of the Ladsan landfill and the Ordot dump since 2010. Law states that spending must be authorized by a resolution from a village municipal planning council. The OPA found that the Inarajan mayor's office used some of its money, $7,000 over 5 years, to give cash Christmas bonuses to its office staff. The report states that new Inarajan Mayor Anthony Chargaloff stopped the bonuses after he took office in 2021. Ordot Chalanpago receives money because of the impact of the now closed Ordot dump, which must be monitored and maintained for 25 years. The Public Utilities Commission requested an audit in May of 2020 after the village mayors asked for an increase in their annual host premium payments from $150,000 to $175,000. The PUC says an audit is necessary to ensure money already received by the villages was spent according to Guam law. More news after this.
Becoming a homeowner for the first time could be a little nerve-wracking, but it certainly doesn't have to be, especially if you have Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty guiding you every step of the way. So have no fear. She also specializes in land sales, commercial leasing, local residential sales leasing, also military and corporate new relocation. So for all your real estate needs, take the first step in the right direction with Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty by calling 671-688-6743. That's 671-688-6743.
Governor Lulian Guerrero says a push to use federal pandemic aid to pay the $1,000 RISE Act stimulus to residents, regardless of income level, would violate federal law. This in her 7-page response to Senator Jim Moylan yesterday, scolding the senator for a lack of research and reckless and illegal actions. Moylan introduced Bill 326 to remove the income cap on the unpaid RISE Act with the stated intent of getting the money to every eligible household. The program seeks to use federal pandemic money under the governor's control. Moylan has specifically pointed to the unspent $314 million in ARP funds. The law states no local funds can be used for the program if applicable federal funds are available. The general fund is otherwise a potential funding source. Moylan is the Republican Party's candidate for the Guam delegate seat in Congress, and Lulian Guerrero urged him to become familiar with federal law as to not inadvertently call for action that blatantly violates the law in an effort to get elected. The governor has earmarked the remaining $300 million for a new hospital project. And the Guam Election Commission has approved the move of 4 proposals to the next step to be included on the election ballot in November. The proposals were submitted by Ken Leon Guerrero, who is running for a seat in the legislature on the Republican ticket. An initiative petition needs 5,209 signatures to be on the ballot, based on the number of registered voters at the time the proponent filed the petition with GEC. Referendum petitions need 7,000 signatures to be placed on the ballot. Proposal A would remove the primary election requirements for independent candidates. Proposal B would increase the number of members of the Guam legislature from 15 to 21. Proposal C would reestablish the Office of the Public Prosecutor, and Proposal D would fix the budget of the Office of Public Accountability. GEC Executive Director Maria Pangilinan says ballots for off-island voters need to be mailed out 45 days prior to the general election. This means the ballot would need to be finalized by September 23. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Man, I'm frustrated here. I'm frustrated.
Say why.
Frustrated here because I cannot get the WhatsApp web on the screen right now. It's making me crazy. This is what I'm getting, and maybe maybe there's a problem with the WhatsApp version of the web. It was working fine in my computer in the office, but now that I'm here, although I will say I clicked on the power button on the computer, and it's got that little dot on it that means Windows wants to update again.
Oh, nice. Thank you, sir.
That might be it. That might be the sign that it's one of those kind of where you just go, we're going to force you to do something whether you want to or not by making one in particular quirky part of another piece of software not work properly, so that you are forced to reboot your computer and do the thing. And the reason why I'm upset about that is because there's just so much incredible stuff to show you. I've got pictures of Sarita Garin and all of her hot, smoking hot friends with Sam Beanie and others over at Tower of London last night. I got Kitsuto in Japan has got pictures of his daughter hanging out with them in the city and all of that. So I want to be able to get that up on the screen. And I've also got from the Indiana State Fair, it's pictures of all of the incredible State Fair cuisine that you'll be able to nosh on, including and I love these lettuce wraps. Are you crazy about lettuce wraps?
Oh, Korean lettuce wraps, yes.
Any kind of lettuce wraps. But I mean, lettuce wraps in particular.
Sometimes, right?
So what do you put in yours? Pork, chicken, beef? The ones in Indiana are made with ground bison.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, ground bison. Yes,
sounds great.
As a buffalo cows that they've got out there. We've got deep fried cheese on a stick, which would work for me. Iced mocha coffee floats. Hand-dipped ice cream on top of a chocolate-flavored iced coffee, topped with your choice of whipped cream and a cherry. Other flavored iced coffee floats are also available. There's Flamin' Hot Cheetos Walking Taco.
Oh, yeah.
there is caramel
us three.
caramel corn beer.
That sounds yum.
All right, let me get through this here. Sun King and Indiana State Fair Beer have partnered again for the 2022 Indiana State Fair. This year's beer is caramel corn. There are 100 pounds of just pop-in caramel popcorn in the batch. Fun fact, kernels hail from a local popcorn farmer. You'll be able to get your hands on caramel corn beer during the 2022 Indiana State Fair, and limited amount will be available on draft at the Sun King Tap Room locations, and just pop in.
It sounds craftery.
It does.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's I don't know that I would. A sip. I'll have a sip, and then I'll wash it down with a beer that I know I like. Deep fried brownies. We've got Peach Shake-Ups, Nitro Fuel, fresh brewed Lipton iced tea mixed with world famous blue raspberry lemon twister. There are quesadillas that you can get there. The State Fair charcuterie, which has it's got just imagine all the State Fair food, and they put it on a platter.
I'm going straight there.
Tastefully. It's crazy Indianans. Pretzel nacho bites with jalapenos on it. The State Fair Mary, a 24-ounce Bloody Mary topped with all of the State Fair favorites. 3 skewers of fair food treats like waffle fries, deep fried cheese curds, deep fried mac and cheese.
There's that mac and cheese
There's
again.
the mac and cheese.
It's the universe speaking to you.
It is. I definitely got to try it today. Mini corn dogs, bacon, fried pickles, and a barbecue pulled pork slider. And the idea is that it all sits on top of, if you can make this thing out here, there's the Blood Mary mix, and then you've got all the chow that stands on top of this. This is why. Look it up for me. Tell me what the number of people that are dying from coronary infarctions are in Indiana right now, because I think it might be interesting. Anyway. On the table of content, the format of the program usually calls for weather at this time. 7:15 in the morning. I'll get this up on the screen to give you an idea of just how awful it is right now. You can barely make out Guam in the mix there. As you can see, we've had this system over the island, over the Marianas, virtually all night. You know where I want to go hang out? Modest front yard. Modest front yard, because they got it's right up on top. You stand on top of the railing, and you can see basically a river through the Cañada Tolupa everywhere, and it extends from the road onto the neighbors' lots where they've got this crazy thing. There's like a little water thing that pops out from the ground. Like the sewer system is trying to contribute.
Sounds
and give
like Disney, Ray.
Exactly. Kind of want to go for a ride now. Partly sunny in the forecast today. Daytime highs will be about 86 degrees. South winds 8 to 18 miles an hour, gusting as high as 23 today. Not quite as windy tonight, but still scattered showers and thunderstorms are going to be in the forecast. Appreciate it, guys. We'll talk about why in a couple of minutes. Thursday, they say mostly sunny skies going to be returning to the forecast area. Partly cloudy tomorrow night. So if you can make it through today, you ought to be all right. Sunset tonight, 6:50. Sunrise this morning, and tomorrow morning should be about 6:04 a.m. 7:16. There it is. News and weather together on The Point.
Burger King introduces a new line of Southwest Bacon Whoppers. Our Southwest Bacon Whopper offerings feature an avocado spread, seasoned tortilla strips, crispy bacon, creamy spicy sauce, fresh lettuce, tomato, and onions on a warm toasted sesame seed bun. The Southwest Bacon Whopper, available in single, double, or junior sizes. Make it a meal with French fries or onion rings and a refreshing Coca-Cola. BK's new Southwest Bacon Whoppers, available for a limited time only. Burger King, Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK, your way.
Hafa-day, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Okay, I got to put this up on the screen, because portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home. If you were to visit the Indiana State Fair and thinking, hey, I want a pizza, you know what kind of pizza you can get at the Indiana State Fair?
What kind?
It's a pickle pizza. It's pickles. You know, the argument about whether or not pineapple is a topping for pizza, I think they take it a step further. Swain's Concessions has a homemade dough with a dill ranch sauce topped with mozzarella cheese, dill seasoning, and, of course, dill pickles that goes on top of that. Huh? Are you ready for that?
No.
They're doing crazy things with pizzas these days, and they're even doing breakfast pizzas over at CPK. Did you like the way I segued from one to the other? I shouldn't normally point it out, just how brilliant I am and how suited for the job I am on this program.
Ray.
Thank you. Warm, intelligent, and quick-witted, I'd say. So they've got the Huevos Rancheros pizza waiting for you right now. Sunny side bacon and potato. And this is interesting. It's a shaved mushroom pizza with an egg on this. Now, this sounds like it would work at night as well. Extra virgin garlic, olive oil, mozzarella, Romano. They shave some mushrooms on top of it, and then toss in, sautéed spinach, grated Parmesan, and fresh cracked pepper. Top that with an egg and grated Parmesan, and there you have it. $14.99, something like that. You and a friend enjoying that great breakfast pizza with the mimosas, fresh apple juice, orange juice, cranberry juice, and mango juice. We don't have to work all day today, do we? Start off at CP Canagania.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
You know, you'd think that I would spend some time while the news is playing and everything to get to the next thing that I want to talk about, but I don't know. It just sounds predictable, if you ask me. There's a couple of stories that I'm looking for that were kind of interest, and I thought maybe I'll see if I can delve into this a little bit more. Among them, some big business dealings that are happening on Guam that you might not even be aware of. We got that the solar plant down south. In Alahan, beautiful Alahan, has got that solar plant. It's just apparently been bought.
Wow, by who?
Clean Energy Investment, Clean Capital, has acquired a 36.6 megawatt direct current, that's DC, solar plant in Guam from Glide Path Power Solutions, LLC, along with the rights to the seller's solar development pipeline on the island. Specifically, Clean Capital has bought the Dundun Solar Plant farm, which has been in operation since October of 2015 and supplies power to GPA. The plant is said to be the largest solar asset in Guam and to generate 6% of the island's electricity. Although I don't know, which is another interesting question for Simon if we get him. If he's not doing a morning show somewhere else, is what do we do? We got all this solar, and that's great, in May and June when the sun was coming down in buckets, but we've got rain now coming down in buckets. What happens with all of that solar? I mean, it doesn't all go away, does it? I mean, to what degree does it dissipate in all of that? So I thought that was kind of an interesting local kind of power story that we might want to get to a little bit later on in the hour. But there was another story that I wanted to talk about. I'm not going to find it here. I'll get around to doing it when I get around to doing it. But it's in a mass of paperwork that I've got in front of me. In the meantime, 7:21. We do have time to take a look at what has happened on the markets. It ain't good. Don't look if you can possibly stand it. S&P 500, the Nasdaq, the Dow, all of them off. Big loser today is the Nasdaq, off by 220 points, almost 2% of the market's value, closing at 11,562. S&P 500 off by 45 points. They're at 39.21, and the Dow Jones Industrial Average, if you heard the lady on Fox News say breathlessly, is off by 228 points. Hey, listen, we've seen it. We've seen it drop in more significant numbers since Biden has been the president. 31,761 is where the Dow is at here this morning. As I said, the Nasdaq is the big loser. Who were the winners on the Nasdaq? Fiserv, CGen, Cadence Design, Vertex Pharma, and Biogen. At the bottom, Zscaler, Okta, Palo Alto Networks, Fortinet, and CrowdStrike is in there as well. FTSE is off by a couple of tenths of a percent here. The Nikkei off by 44 points. They're at 27,655. Hang Seng up. Hong Kong index up by 342. Shanghai 27 points in the green, and the DAX off by 113 points. Twitter to hold vote on Musk merger on September the 13th. what the heck are they going to be voting on? He already said he doesn't want it anymore. So are they going to decide whether they want to sell it to him or force him to buy it? We'll talk about that as more details begin to break through. Looking at what's going on with the price of oil, do I have the similar numbers? I got 94.98 at oilprices.com on the World Wide Web here this morning. I want to say it's been around 96, 97 over the last couple of days, but happy to see it continue to trend down. At which point does it trend down and the guys over at the GPA and Consolidated Commission on Utilities start talking about going backwards on the LEAC? Wouldn't it be great? This is my perfect world scenario. Good morning, Jerry Roberts. Here, the perfect world scenario is the guys over at the CCU working with John Benevienti over at GPA say, we're looking at West Texas crude and it's working backwards in decent enough numbers, so we might not have to engage another LEAC increase anytime soon. In fact, maybe it's gone back far enough that we might be able to go backwards on the LEAC adjustment that we've already made.
Because the second one hasn't gone into effect yet. I think it's next month. Right?
Yes, that's my understanding. There's going to be another one and then another one after that. But maybe stabilizing it under $100 a barrel for West Texas crude might be a good thing. So we've got the power going down. We've got the LEAC going down, and the legislature unanimously passed the power bill rebate yesterday.
Really?
Yes, really. So ratepayers, I don't know when, I don't know how, and I don't know the source, but ratepayers should be able to soon see $100 a month credit on their GPA bill.
And there's a funding source?
There are many possible funding sources.
I didn't ask that question. What's the funding source?
Because I think that's the crux
that's
of
kind of the deal, yeah.
What are they called? The horns of the dilemma, as it were.
So if they pass it unanimously, that's 15-0. That means they have enough votes to override the veto.
Wait a second. No, not everybody was there. Tina Munya-Barnes and Frank Blas Jr., Talena Nelson, and Sabina Perez were absent and otherwise excused from the vote. So the majority.
But if there was 11, that's still enough votes to override a veto.
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's correct. The program initially was to be funded only through an appropriation from the fiscal year 2022 general fund, but they amended it to include fiscal 2021 excess general funds and, quote, any federal funds that can be used for the purpose of the legislation. Moreover, according to John O'Connor at the Guam Daily Post, no local funds may be used for the program as long as federal funds can be used for the bill's purpose, as long as those might be available. Now, there's, as we've talked about recently, there is...
It's interesting language, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes. There is a strong belief from among many members of the legislature that federal funds can be used, because Congressman Mike Sinickel has told them that federal funds can be used. But over at the governor's office, they're saying, no, Baba, busted.
Oh, we need to use those federal funds.
We need to
it's campaign time.
Yes, exactly. So we can't use federal funds for that. Get your heads out of the clouds here, dreamers.
What's wrong with you?
Exactly. So what remains to be seen before all of these miracles that I'm referring to get pulled off is, what's the governor going to do? Is she going to continue to dig in her heels? Or, as Bob Klitzky and I suggested just last hour, look, we've got local money. Use the federal money. If the Treasury comes back and say, yeah, that was not good, could you just repay us back with whatever you've got? Either we slow pay or no pay on the repayment, or I would just take whatever funds that we've got. Well, we're going to use it anyway. Here you go. Send it back to Treasury.
Seems to work. I think it works for them, and probably works for the governor. I think she can do what she wants in this case.
Might even be one of these cases. Well, there's all these things that, like compact impact. Golly, you guys owe us a lot of money for that. How about we're not going to pay you back this $30 million and see where that conversation takes it? Really throw these guys, into one of these legal tussles.
That would
right?
be a very interesting conversation, because it's a whole lot more than the value of this GPA deal that they owe us.
7:26 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. Excited to announce today's Extra Point here, being brought to you by the guys over at First Hawaiian Bank. The morning branch is open. Jerry.
One of the largest and strangest sports deals just got completed a few days ago, and the language of the contract has been released to the public. Tongues are beginning to wag, and we'll tell you why next on the Extra Point.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
The NFL's Arizona Cardinals and their star quarterback Kyler Murray have signed off on the second largest player contract in NFL history. Murray, going into his 4th season, will receive $230 million over 5 years, with $160 million of that guaranteed against lost time due to injury. With player salaries skyrocketing across all sports the past few years, teams have sought to protect their massive investments by writing language into the agreements that prohibit players from taking part in specific high-risk activities. According to a 2015 story in the Washington Post, the standard NBA contract prohibits boxing, professional wrestling, motorcycling, moped riding, auto racing, skydiving, and hang gliding. And I'm sure by now, mixed martial arts probably also included in the mix. The NFL standard player contract isn't as specific, disallowing players from any, quoting now, any activity other than football, which may involve a significant risk of personal injury. I'm sure many players don't see a problem with many of those pursuits, but if that's or do see a problem with adhering to some of those things, and some of those guys break the rules. But if that's what it's going to take to score the megabucks, then they'll probably make the sacrifice, right? Kyler Murray's deal certainly had those safety restrictions included, no doubt. However, it also had some additional requirements, and that's why all the tongues began to wag among the writers and sportscasters. One such clause is that Murray must study film for 4 hours per week during the season. It is termed independent study and will be in addition to mandatory team meetings and be material provided to him by the team about upcoming opponents. Quarterbacks spend a lot of time studying film for each game, so it seems strange that Murray's contract would contain such wording. But wait, there's a reason. In December of last year, Murray told the New York Times, quoting, "I think I was blessed with the cognitive skills to just go out there and see it before it happens," unquote. Murray then said, "I'm not one of those guys that's going to sit there and kill myself watching film." So that likely caught the attention of the Cardinals management. It gets better. No credit will be earned if Murray does not personally study the provided material in good faith, it says. Good faith. Now, what do they mean by good faith? Here's where it gets a little strange. Murray will not get credit if he's not studying or watching the material while it plays on his tablet, or if he's doing something that can distract him or draw his attention elsewhere while the material is playing. What would that be? Right in the contract it says that would be playing video games, watching TV, or browsing the internet. Then the agreement gets very real. It reads that failure to meet these requirements will mean that Murray will be in default of his contract. In other words, they won't have to pay him. If the Cardinals are winning and Murray is playing well, nobody's going to be thinking about the deal. However, if things go the other way, you better believe the team will be stacking up evidence that Murray violated the terms just in case. Now, will the team resort to the use of software and webcams to record Murray watching the film? That would seem outrageous. But that software exists to do just that. And there are companies that do that kind of thing to monitor if workers are indeed engaged in their duties. Requiring a player to study more outside of team meetings is unprecedented. You'd think that if you were handing over $230 million to a player over 5 years, none of this would be necessary. So now, where does this take us? I'm going to put you in the Kyler Murray position today. Your boss comes in and offers you a new contract worth twice what you're now earning. They know you very well, including all the things you do which they wish you wouldn't, and all the things you don't do which they wish you would. When you look at the contract, your jaw drops when you see that they've written in a lot of that stuff, and they're going to make sure you live up to it if you want to get your money. So I'm curious. Today. What was in the contract they wrote about you? What was in your contract that you'd have to live up to? That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
Oh, that is kind of interesting. I don't know that I've ever had to do anything like that because, as everyone knows, I'm warm and, intelligent? And a natural-born talent. And I want to say a natural-born talent. Yeah, I got that from my dad. Yeah. So nobody's ever had to say that you have to, there's mandatory training time that I've got to have or mandatory prep time that I've got to have.
But you don't think there's anything about you that a previous employer might have said, geez, I wish Ray would do less of this and more of that?
Considering that I spent with my last employer 17 years and the one before that 13 years, I would imagine I was meeting all their expectations.
Maybe.
Could be. I don't know. That is kind of interesting. But it was also kind of interesting with the prohibitions on things that these guys could not do.
Oh, and some of these guys, there's a guy that, I forget his last name, Lamar, I forget the guy's last name. He plays quarterback for the Baltimore Ravens.
Okay.
He got injured, and he was doing some kind of a boating thing, a speedboat thing or something like that, I believe, a couple of years ago. And he got racked up. He lost some time over that. And I think that was probably written into the contract.
You're not supposed to do that because we need you on the field here.
Yeah. And, I mean, you're talking about millions and millions and millions of dollars invested in a team, and the quarterback goes out and gets hurt. And, you lose a bunch of games at the beginning of the season.
It's like it's okay if you get hurt on the field, but if you get hurt elsewhere, then where's all of that investment? We still got to pay you. 7:34 in the morning, Jerry Roberts, and the extra points. I want to do a shout-out to a little girl who works over at Stax. And my daughter bought me a while ago a Stax hat. It was my Christmas present for my daughter, and I like to wear it, especially when I go there. I did not know, and the little girl pointed it out, when you wear a hat, the hat from Stax or really any of the clothes that they have, you get a discount. And so, without even knowing it, she comes up to me and she says, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention it when I was doing the transaction. Can I get you something else? Can I get you another burger? Can I get you, some fries or another beer, something like that? Because I owe you 10%. Absolutely terrific girl. You got a shout out, right?
I do. And somebody you know.
Okay.
I was in the store yesterday, and a fellow named Alan Belbin
came up. Yes.
Yep. And I walked up and said hi, and we had a nice chat there. And Alan is one of the old-time guys that shot news for Guam Cable TV and other organizations that he's over at.
He was my photog. He was one of my floor photographers when we're doing, the Wednesday night bingo show.
He mentioned the bingo show.
Back in the day, yeah.
He also mentioned Greg Champion and Jerry Lyons and some of the old-time guys. Alan's one of the guys he's a camera guy. So he'd be the guy that would go. You saw his news. You saw his work on the news. So he's one of the guys that carries the camera into, sometimes dangerous places. Right, I mean, to get the video of the story, it takes a lot of people to put together a news story on television, and if Alan doesn't do his job, it doesn't get done. So I wanted to say hi to him today.
Hey, buddy,
and I knew you would remember.
Oh yeah. Lots of great times. So we used to have after action meetings. So we did I'm sorry, there was another word for it. A happy hour. That's what it was. So we do the bingo thing because remember this is 7 o'clock at night and I'm supposed to be sober for it, right? So as soon as the program ended and we went into trying to remember the Tim Allen television show, that's what played Home Improvement. That's what played next on the screen, and then we'd go and find someplace and then deconstruct the show. What did we do tonight? What did we do that we really liked that we ought to keep doing? What should we jettison? And he was always an integral part of all of that. Great guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah. Unstoppable with the camera and the guy behind the TD. 7:36 in the morning. And speaking of news, about time that we jump into some more of this. Is being brought to you by the guys over at Burger King. Chicken Fries Fridays is coming up. Also brought to you by Lolita Kamet over at Hoffaday Realty. You've got some real estate dreams. Buy, sell, manage, they can do all of that. She is very, very good at it. Anything she doesn't know, again, Hoffaday Realty, surrounded by professionals that will answer your questions. They won't let you down, trust me. Now, with big news and headlines, Joanne Matanani. What happened?
Early voting starts tomorrow. The Westin Resort Guam will host early voting for the primary election on its mezzanine level. Residents can visit the voting center from 10 in the morning to 6 at night, Tuesday through Friday. Early voting ends on August 19. There are 30 days left until the primary election. The bodies of two men found in Jigo were identified yesterday. 43-year-old Dong Yi Wang and 24-year-old Ba Hung Dong Nguyen were found dead on Salan Arendo this past weekend. Both men had injuries consistent with gunshots, and a firearm was recovered at the scene. Good news for Guam as gas prices continue to drop. The price of regular gasoline dropped from $5.60 a gallon to $5.45. Back in June, Guam saw a record high of $6.49 a gallon. After the Gas Tax Relief Act suspended certain fuel taxes and surcharges, prices have continued to decline. The Relief Act will continue for another 5 months. Those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
See, that's what I was talking about with the power thing. Is I'd love to be able to see the price of the actual electricity go down while Lulian Guerrero and the present members of the 36th Guam legislature finally got around to lifting a finger to help me and some of the other ratepayers out with a $500 credit. That would be my most perfect scenario. I'm wondering how many people are going, crap. So we there it was at $6.50 for a gallon of gas. We got to do something. Eliminate it, as we said they should, the liquid fuels tax to a degree for another 5 months as we get to watch that price go down. So as the lady said, milk it while you can. In 20 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you. Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101 are bringing you the Back to the 80s and 90s Throwdown at the Hermit Crab Beach Bar and Grill in Anigua, Saturday, August 6th.
Come down and get on the dance floor as I, DJ Daryl Lazama, get on the turntables, giving you the best of the 80s, 90s, and more.
Star 101, The Point, and Boss 104 will be in the house.
Yo, DJ, pump it up some more. Plus, we have all kinds of cool stuff to give to you.
Free food giveaways,
buckets of beer,
T-shirts, and hourly cash prizes.
For the 90s Throwdown Dance Off.
Back to the 80s and 90s Throwdown at the Hermit Crab Beach Bar and Grill in Anigua behind Circle K Beachside. The party is from 8 p.m. to midnight, so come down and get your groove on. Special thanks to JV International Safety Equipment Company and Lolita Kamet from Hoffaday Realty.
Did traffic time already? 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. Look at how fast everything is going here in the studio. What do we got? I'll put this up on the screen so you can see what's happening. It looks like things did get busy up in the Dededo and the northern parts of Jigo. Anderson Air Force Base, slower traffic in front of theirs coming out of the other side of Gudzinaro. Looks like traffic on Marine Corps Drive is busy, but traffic on the Route 15 side over by we known as Palace is also running a little bit busy as well. I don't know what we known as Palace is. So if you, I don't know. Dude, there's so much of Route 15. You know, I don't spend a lot of time on that road because gas is still, kind of skyrocketing. Somebody says, hey, it's like if gas wasn't where it was, I'd probably be over at the VFW a little bit more, right? Definitely on Friday nights when they do the drawing. At any rate, so over by Winona's place, traffic on that side of Gudzinaro looks like it's running a little bit slow. Not seeing the same thing up at Attica, although traffic generally headed to Marine Corps Drive at this time of the morning, so expect some delays through there. Delays up at in Route 1 and 3. Route 3 busy getting onto Marine Corps Drive. It's meeting with slower traffic at that intersection. 1 and 16 of the Micronesia Mall, not so bad. Not so a lot of traffic on Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16, running fair right about now. A lot of traffic trying to get into Tiedzin as they get prepared for back to school, et cetera, and seeing a little bit of traffic over at the McMobile. on the way into harvest. But I don't think it's cart line time yet there, right? Not until first week or two of August. We'll get details on that and some more. 4 into town, not so bad. A little bit of traffic in Agania and Agania Heights over by the Navy Hospital. Looking at some traffic over at getting into Apra Harbor and that area. And, of course, traffic over by Big Navy running a little bit slower than normal. It's 7:42. That's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Wow, nice smile. So perfect and all.
Thanks. I owe it all to Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team. They do wonders for a healthy, happy mouth.
Got teeth? Don't wait until they hurt. Schedule your routine checkup and cleaning with Dr. Yang and his Smile Team. Suite 119 in the East West Business Center, Upper Tumon. Call 647-8702 or 3.
The best thing that happened to teeth since toothpaste.
Dr. Yang and his Smile Team.
They make smiles happen.
Subway's Eat Fresh, Refresh brings you the sequel to the Sweet Onion Chicken Teriyaki. Enjoy the new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki. Delight your taste buds with tender, juicy steak marinated in the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce and stacked high on toasted artisan Italian bread, topped with American cheese, green peppers, red onions, and drizzled with the tangy new Sweet Onion Teriyaki sauce. The new Sweet Onion Steak Teriyaki is the height of food craveability. Give in to your cravings at Subway. Eat fresh.
It's the 76 Circle K and GTA Prepaid Ultra Giveaway. From now until August 31st, enter to win a Samsung Galaxy S22 Ultra, plus a $600 76 gas card, and more. Come into any participating 76 Circle K location, buy $5 or more of GTA Prepaid Load, and receive an entry form for every $5 you spend. The more you top up, the more chances you have of winning. Stay connected and win this summer with GTA Prepaid and Circle K. Visit GTA.net for more information.
And 7:43 on the Ray Gibson Show. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number as we make our way into today's Wednesday. Trash
All
day.
day rain.
It's trash day.
Yeah,
you know
took
how I
it
know
out,
it's
man.
trash? I did. I took the trash out. Even though I didn't
All
have
the
a lot
flies,
of
is that how you knew?
Well, so I told you I was experimenting with the air fryer the other day, and you know what I found out is that once you air fryer in the house the parrotfish, yeah, it's a struggle to get rid of. I get I'm Febrezing pretty much all the time, and then I put the refuse and everything in the trash can, and I was trying to figure out where the smell came from. Found it. Now it's outside and stinking up the neighbor's place. That's nice. 7:44 in the morning in the Ray Gibson Show. You got the telephone numbers. Don't be shy about using it. You can send me on the meme machine 7978255. You can send me stuff. I just might not be able to put it up on the screen in the usual fashion. Not sure why. I think it has to do with rebooting and updating Windows. What are we up to? 98 here? No, I'm sorry. We're running 10. We're running 10. All right, quarter away from the top of the hour, and speaking of social media, I lurk on social media virtually all the time, and when I'm not on Instagram looking for Asians in bikinis and jump ropes, generally one of the things that I get caught up on is what's going on in the political world. Lots of politicians are finding their way to social media to be able to get some earned media and give you an idea of what it is that they're thinking about doing should they be elected to office. 7:45 in the morning, Senator Jesse Anderson Lohan, former senator in the legislature, and he'd like the job back. And you had recently posted. Good morning, Jess. How you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray. Good morning, Real Joe, Donna D, and
Joanne Matanani. The real Matanani is in the studio. Yeah. But anyway, so we got the full house here this morning, and but I run into a piece that you had done, and it was provocative in the very least, because the language that you were using suggests that you would try to find a way to put an end to the escalation in utility bills here on Guam.
Absolutely, Ray. First of all, let me just say again, good morning to everybody there and to people of Guam. First of all, let me make it clear that I'm calling definitely for a rate freeze hike on power and water bills. Well, of course, our economy is getting back on its feet. We know that. We see signs of that. I don't take this stance flippantly. I believe that almost all, or not at least most circumstances, we need to let the market and sound business practice determine the cost of power and water. And, you believe in that as well.
Sure.
But there are too many people and businesses that are still reeling, Ray, from the destruction of this pandemic. The pandemic has definitely created significant hardship to a large part of a community. I mean, you go to Candid News, you read some of the stories, people's stories that the candidate wrote about their struggles in the business. It has devastated, definitely this pandemic has devastated small businesses, wiped out our tourism industry. It caused, this pandemic, Ray, has caused more
Well,
economic
the pandemic went in one direction. I think the mismanagement of the pandemic and overreach from the government and the Department of Public Health, I think those were the final nails in the coffin for a lot of businesses.
Absolutely. But the economic pain that it has caused, it has caused more damage than the national disasters that we've had over the past 50 years. And we're old enough to have gone through quite a few of those pretty hairy natural disasters.
Mm-hmm.
We are aware, of course, that the government of Guam had avoided financial disaster because of the enormous federal emergency funding it has received over the years, right? Gov Guam employees did not feel the financial pain or loss of their jobs, and thank goodness, for that, or any of them miss any paychecks due to the pandemic. With all, of course, of the funding from federal funds from the federal government. And so, with all that being said, the government of Guam is in better shape now than it has been, for a long time. Some of our industries, some of the construction companies, not all, but majority of them, have been lucky to have, the military contracts, the marine-based construction, and other ongoing related military build-up entities here on Guam. Most of the construction projects, of course, avoided the shutdown due to the pandemic or any interruption. But not all of them. The majority of them are, and some of the other companies here in Guam were very fortunate to not to be able to shut down or lose any downtime from this pandemic. So Guam and the construction and certain industries here in Guam avoided the brutal impact, of course, from the pain of the pandemic, and as you mentioned, some of the questionable costs that the government had inflicted themselves into. But
not that the government didn't try. Not that the government didn't try. You remember when they tried to shut down construction?
Yeah. Sure, absolutely. But again, the industry, the tourism industry, in large parts and of our private sector, has been devastated. About 60% of our island's economy has been struggling. And many were put of course, in this comatose state, for over 2 years now, and it's over 2 years now. And there's no understatement to say that thousands plus businesses and business owners were hurt badly. Some lost everything, and for many people, and for many of them, there seems like we're just starting over our business. Just the people I've talked to. Mm-hmm. And, there are definitely signs of recovery. We see that. I mean, we see the tourist numbers. We walk the streets. We go into the malls, and we see some signs. But Ray, we are definitely a long way from recovery. Absolutely not. Long way from.
And I get
normal,
that you've been in your years in the legislature, Jess. You've been kind of at the vanguard and trying to sit at the same side of the table as people that are paying rates to the Power Authority, back then the Telephone Authority, and GWA. But certainly there's not much can be done about what's happening with the price of oil worldwide. GWA, of course, has got consent decrees, regulatory requirements, compliance requirements up the yin yang, and which contribute significantly to the cost of being able to provide those utility services to the ratepayers of Guam. How do we get in front of that? How do we?
No, that's completely true. Absolutely. But under these circumstances, as you're talking about, I think it just makes sense again to pause the utility rate increase. We have, Ray, over $300 million in ARP funds, okay? And I know the governor's position on this, and I've listened to her rationale, but I think the governor has a significant flexibility in the ARP funds that can be used to subsidize and provide temporary financial assistance
if she wants to.
GWA.
If she wants to.
So they can afford to not increase the rate for at least the next year. And there's little doubt in my mind that the governor can find a way to fund GPA and GWA that will be acceptable under the guidelines provided by the Treasury Department. Ray, we did this before for GPA, and we just did that for trash. And did we not just extend out the emergency period another month? We do that constantly. Why is that? It's not because of the war in Ukraine. It's supposedly because of the pandemic. It's been again extended out another month. And I'm sure when that date is coming up, it's going to be renewed again for another month.
I'm sure of it. Yes,
Yeah.
yes. We got to find a way to keep this public health emergency going because it lubricates so many of the processes.
So
I don't disagree with this. I mean, as long as you're not forcing the guys over in the utilities to dig deeper holes. So we still want to pay for the increases in oil. We still want to pay for the regulatory compliance.
Sure.
We just want to use the federal money to do it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And like I said, let's give them some breathing room for our economy to get back on its feet. I mean, the mainland United States, they're bouncing back pretty well. Hawaii has come back as well. Is coming back. A lot more can be said about what they're doing than what we're facing here. Our economy is not coming back. We're seeing a number of tourists are coming back, but Ray, you drive down Tumon, those entities, those stores, those outlets that have been boarded up are still boarded up.
Yep.
They're still boarded up. So we're a long way, and so we need to give our people of Guam again a breathing room for our economy to be able to come back and start making start making money again. On top of that, on top of the rate increases as well, we have inflationary measures to deal with, and you and I know that salaries are not rising at all to keep up with the inflationary measures.
I still want to hire people closer to the minimum wage these days, and I think that's just a smart business if I can find something like that. But the number of people that are willing to work for that, knowing that there are other dollars that are out there and available, it makes it there's a whole lot of pressure on employees to be able to find the people that will match the skill set for which we are hiring. I don't need somebody that can do this job just to watch the radio station on the overnights. You know what I'm talking about?
Absolutely.
So it is like that. 7:53 in the morning. You speak to our inflationary concerns, and while we are seeing at work right now the distinction between what the price of gasoline was versus what it became after they decided to hold off on the liquid fuels tax, I think there is a justified call, and I'll make it again, for a reduction or elimination on the gross receipts tax for medicine, for groceries. For diapers for the kids and formula, I think there's all kinds of places. Anything that you can buy with a Quest card ought not to be charged a GRT. And the people in the government will scream up and down and say we can't live on that. And the answer is too bad. Find a way.
Absolutely, you're not going to get an argument from me about that. We definitely have to roll back the GRT, the BPT. Absolutely, this is the time to do it. We have people who are hurting, and again, for the folks that are listening that are been lucky enough to be able to survive this pandemic without a loss of income or things of that nature, please be very considerate of the majority of the people of Guam that are hurting badly. And and Ray, there are quite a few of our residents that have bought one-way ticket out of Guam because a lot of the starting salaries that they're going to be going to are what we're making at the maximum over here.
Right, and the dollar goes further out there in those places where they're not. We don't have to pay the. And I just found out there's going to be another surcharge. One of the shipping companies has got another surcharge. What did Cousin Troy say? What will cost you now $6,000 just for the conversation on a container is now going to be going up another almost 50%. Another $3,000 in the process because of the surcharges, and that's all a fuel surcharge that everybody has to pay. 7:55. I'd love to talk to you more about this. I'm out of time for this hour. Where are you going to be on Friday night?
Hey, Friday night, why don't you join us? We're gonna have a little get together at Jenny's karaoke lounge up in Dedo. So people go on, come by. And hey, I heard you're a pretty good singer there, Ray.
The more you drink, the better I sound.
Paper roses.
Only on the old Pioneer system.
Joe is pretty good.
Oh my God! So Jenny's, how come it's so far away from my house? What's the matter with Las Vegas? What's wrong with venue?
Well, I've got an awesome team, campaign team that have discussed this and said, hey, we're gonna start there. That's where we're gonna
largest
start.
village, and work your way. We'll send John Savares down there to make sure you see. Now speaking of you, and you do have an awesome team, literally a hot team. Is it possible that some of whatever you're going to be offering, some of the tests that you got up there, might be even spicier as a result of the addition of some bomb Denancy?
Well, yeah, you could rest assured that it is going to be very spicy. Yeah, Marvin, of course, Crisostomo, and local jerk would definitely be there. Marvin's my treasure, and so it'll be a spicy night. Absolutely.
All right, looking forward to it, my brother. I'll talk to you pretty soon. 7:57
Okay, Ray,
on the Republican side. For those of you that are wondering if I might lead into that. So did you? Oh, one last thing. Did you go to the Sam's Things last night? Oh, already gone. All right, never mind. 888-8255. While we're on the subject of drinking, and I've often put this when we start talking about what my dreams, goals, and desires for the government are and laws. What I'd like to see out of the 37th Guam legislature is just get out of my way. Just leave me alone. Leave me alone. If I want to be able to go out and have a happy hour somewhere, I want to be able to have a happy hour. This is an example of how far things have gotten in the state of Massachusetts. They're hoping to bring back happy hour drink discounts in the Bay State. So I go someplace and it's happy hour. The reason why it's called happy hour isn't because it's quitting time. It's because the booze is usually priced for just at a sale price to entice you to come in there and do that. Prohibitions on happy hour pricing have been in place in Massachusetts since 1984. How about that for getting in
What's
in
wrong
your
with
face?
them?
I don't know what's they're
That's
hung
not a
up.
happy hour.
They're just hung up. Happy hour provision is part of the state Senate's version of a major economic development bill that still needs to pass the House. And the governor, a Republican, may veto the measure. Whole generations of Bay Staters who have only experienced the wonders of cheap well drinks elsewhere. Restaurants still struggling to recover from the pandemic would have another way to lure people in for the evening services that begin generally with happy hour. All right, so we might spend a little bit of time talking about that and just any myriad number of laws that are out there that just kind of get in your way of having a good time, get in the way of your pursuit of happiness. Now, some people will say, well, Ray, don't how you feel about that, the prohibition on drinking after 2 o'clock in the morning? And generally, my answer is, I don't know, it doesn't really apply to me. I haven't seen 2 o'clock in the morning in an awful long time, but I certainly feel for the bars and restaurants that have got to, at about 1:30, say, okay, kids, last call, and they're talking to a jam-packed room of people that would love to be able to stick around and maybe party responsibly until sunrise. How about that? How about we pursue something like that? True cabaret hours. What do you say? 7:59 and change. I was talking about exercises and drills that they're conducting in Taiwan. And guess what I found out this morning? Anderson Air Force Base will be conducting emergency response exercises tomorrow. What kind of emergency are we trying to respond to?
Remain calm.
And Staff Sergeant Aubrey Owens of the 36th Wing wrote almost nothing about what the nature of this emergency response was going to be, just that they were going to do an exercise. More on that as the Ray Gibson Show continues.
Downplaying recession fears. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. With the Federal Reserve set to meet later this week and an interest rate hike likely, President Biden's top economic advisor, Brian Deese, is keeping mum on the subject for now.
We are looking at every analysis and every projection that is being made, but we will wait and see where those numbers come out.
Deese says the U.S. is in a better place to tackle inflation than virtually any other country. Former President Trump returned to Washington to discuss his vision of America's near future.
Former President Trump keynoted the America First Policy Institute Summit, saying the nation, with Democrats leading it, is very different.
Our country is being dealt one historic humiliation after another on the world stage.
He spent much of his time talking about lawlessness at home, crime in the streets, and how he wants to see police embrace a familiar refrain, law and order, to beat back crime.
And strongly defeat it, and be tough, and be nasty, and be mean if we have to.
The former president said that's what he'd like to see from the next Republican in the White House, but gave no indication as to whether that would be him. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Oregon Governor Kate Brown has declared a state of emergency for much of the state as temperatures are set to hit 100 degrees in Portland, where cooling centers and misting stations have been opened in parks. Forecasters have issued an excessive heat warning for parts of Oregon and Washington state. They predict Portland could break its previous heat wave of 6 consecutive days that are 95 degrees or warmer. The hot spell on the East Coast appears to have broken, with just a few areas east of the Mississippi under heat heat advisories. Wall Street stocks ended the day lower after Walmart warned inflation was negatively impacting consumers' spending power. Dow down 228. America's listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Another body has surfaced at Lake Mead, Nevada, this time in a swimming area where water levels have dropped as the Colorado River Reservoir behind Hoover Dam recedes due to drought. This is the third body to be discovered in recent weeks. Some former athletes want a federal court to reinstate a lawsuit over alleged sexual abuse.
Several men who say they were sexually abused by an Ohio State University team doctor decades ago want their lawsuits to continue. Their attorneys argue that a federal appeals court should overturn a judge's dismissal and let their lawsuits go to trial. An attorney for the school says their claims were made too late. Hundreds of alumni have accused the late Dr. Richard Strauss of abuse during his 20-year tenure at the school, and that the university was aware of the complaints but failed to stop him. The school has paid out more than $60 million in settlements. Rich Dennison, Fox News.
In a weekly news conference, senators weighed in on inflation, gas prices, and Taiwan and China.
Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell was focused on foreign affairs. He said more important than Speaker Pelosi's plan to travel to Taiwan is to ensure that Taiwan has the proper equipment to defend itself against China.
I do think Taiwan has a unique challenge. They're an island surrounded by water. It's pretty obvious where the attacks might be emanating from and what form they might take.
McConnell was asked about the CHIPS Act that advanced in the Senate with bipartisan support Tuesday. It incentivizes the production of semiconductors here at home with billions of dollars. McConnell acknowledged the expense, but said making the indispensable products here at home is a national security issue. Jessica Rosenthal, Fox News.
Former Vice President Mike Pence had to publish his autobiography just after the midterm elections. The book, to be called So Help Me God, will recount Pence's journey from his youth in Indiana to the vice presidency. The book also promises to discuss his rift with former President Trump that began during the Capitol riot. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Boss 104, The Point, and Star 101 are bringing you the Back to the 80s and 90s Throwdown at the Hermit Crab Beach Bar and Grill in Anigua, Saturday, August 6th.
Come down and get on the dance floor as I, DJ Daryl Lazama, get on the turntables, giving you the best of the 80s, 90s, and more.
Star 101, The Point, and Boss 104 will be in the house.
Yo, DJ, pump it up some. Plus, we have all kinds of cool stuff to give to you.
Free food giveaways,
buckets of beer,
T-shirts, and hourly cash prizes.
The 90s Throwdown dance off.
Back to the 80s and 90s Throwdown at the Hermit Crab Beach Bar and Grill in Anigua behind Circle K Beachside. The party is from 8 p.m. to midnight, so come down and get your groove on. Special thanks to JV International Safety Equipment Company and Lolita Kamet from Hafaday Realty.
On Election Day, the Camacho Addict campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam Legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress Building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved for the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
Howdy, folks. It's KFC's Colonel Sanders, and I'm bringing you a delicious KFC chicken flavor just in time for summer. Introducing my new KFC Grilled Teriyaki Chicken. It's our great KFC grilled chicken made with an authentic sweet and tangy Japanese teriyaki sauce that the whole family will fall in love with. Pick up a bucket at your favorite KFC location and bring home the teriyaki love today. KFC's new Grilled Teriyaki Chicken is available for a limited time at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Half a day, it's 8:07. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. A man has been charged with harassing staff members outside the Asan Maina mayor's office Monday morning. Mayor Frankie Salas told police officers he was stopped by 18-year-old foreigner Emmanuel, who was asking for a lighter. Salas recalls that Emmanuel appeared to be very drunk. When Salas told him he didn't have a lighter, Emmanuel got angry and started calling Salas names, harassing staff members before flipping over trash cans and flipping desks over before Salas called GPD. Officers on the scene then saw Emmanuel attempting to kick a man. When officers attempted to place him under arrest, he refused and kicked an officer on his left leg. He continued kicking when he was placed into the patrol car. Salas adds that Emmanuel is not from Asan Maina. He was charged with assault against a peace officer, assault, criminal mischief, resisting arrest, and public drunkenness. Meanwhile, FSM President David Penuelo is on island seeking help for COVID-19 breakouts. FSM has surpassed 2,000 cases of COVID-19 and has recorded its first death related to the pandemic. Governor Lulian Guerrero says she has offered a meeting which would include GovGuam offering some form of COVID-19 related assistance. The FSM President's Press Secretary Richard Clark says that the virus has infected senior leaders of government, prompting workplace policies to go into effect to curb the spread. FSM Vice President Yosio George remains hospitalized with COVID-19. Clark confirms reports of local businesses such as restaurants closing temporarily, but clarified that the actions were not due to government mandate, but a decision that the businesses made of their own volition. Adaloop has confirmed that Penuelo was on island yesterday, but no official date for meeting has been announced. More news after this.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Nicholas Wayne Moore could be getting off the hook again after repeatedly violating the court's pretrial conditions. His last hearing discussed the consideration of a third-party custodian to monitor him. Moore was arrested 2 weeks ago and detained at DOC with no bail after failing to comply with his conditions of electronic monitoring once again. Moore has quite a few charges against him, which include his involvement in a drive-by shooting in Agana Heights in October of 2020 and murder charges for his involvement in the death of Michael Castro, who was reported missing around the same time as the Agana Heights shooting. Castro's remains were found inside of a container in the jungles of Jigo in October of 2021, almost a year after he was reported missing. Castro's family was disheartened at the news of possibly granting Moore a third-party custodian, saying it sets a bad example to offenders of similar crimes and to the rest of the community. Moore is set to appear before Judge Alberto Tolentino on August 9. And Guam Community College students can start applying for GCC's first ever scholarship geared towards members of the LGBTQ community. GCC President Mary Okada says the issue about supporting the LGBTQ community in terms of academics was a topic during the Engagement and Empowerment Symposium before the pandemic. The LGBTQ Leadership Scholarship is open to GCC students who self-identify as members of the LGBTQ community. Okada says the application process opened in mid-June, and so far, GCC has received one submission. The scholarship will provide up to $1,000 per academic year, funded through the GCC Foundation, which will be paid in the fall and spring semesters. The scholarship will be awarded to the first student by fall 2022. The last day to apply for the scholarship is August 31. For more information or to apply, visit their website at guamcc.edu/scholarships. And those were your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Okay, just how gay do I have to be?
You
eligible?
have to identify as gay.
Just identify? Okay, so like I do the hair, the fashion, the music, the disco stuff, all of that.
Maybe.
And there's parts that I'm not like into. I'm just
I don't
saying.
know. I was wondering about those details too. Like, how do you confirm
whether or not?
Let's have a long hug, Ray, and see what happens.
A long kind of awkward.
Yeah.
So if our hips touch, is that what we're?
I'm curious.
Let's see what happens. Okay, that just made me ill. All right, 8:11 in the morning portions of the program here. Oh wait, the weather part. I got to do the weather. Okay. Weather for today: scattered showers and thunderstorms. Some of you are in it right now. My friend Cheryl sent me a picture of what looks like Route 3, and it's it's. I appreciate her timing though, because I know the windshield wipers are going super fast. Anyway, so we've got that partly sunny, maybe with highs near 86 degrees for today. Mostly cloudy tonight under scattered showers and thunderstorms. They're supposed to blow away by tomorrow. I don't know. Not a weather guesser, but it looks like maybe once all of this basic snotty weather that we are under right now, as you can see on the screen, once that all moves off, we might be left with nothing but open sky, and that's what they're predicting for tomorrow. Mostly sunny, highs near 87 degrees. Partly cloudy tomorrow night, and overnight lows should be about 77 degrees. If the sun comes out for work today, they are talking about 90 degrees worth of a heat index. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:50. I tell you what, sunset's been underwater the last couple of nights. I'm not going to be holding out any hope. On the other hand, if you're just going to be hanging out with some friends, got a cooler over here, why not? Check it out. It's a wet sunset. Just the way we like it at summertime. 8:13, there it is. News and weather together on The Point.
Get ready to save up and chow down with Pacific Points. Now you can redeem Pacific Points for UnoGo wallet credits and enjoy huge savings on food delivery. Order from over 80 restaurants and have it delivered straight to your door. Continue earning points when you fuel up at Shell, shop at Foodies, purchase ITNE prepaid load, and pay your monthly ITNE bill. Then get ready to claim your rewards. Learn more at PacificPoints.com. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro. Ray Gibson, Joe Portions, brought to you by the guys over at American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Hey, Carl, talaga, know what I mean? Portions of the program also brought to you by Chili's, where they've got the $15 meal deal. Mix and match 3-course meals with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to get you started. Then, here it comes. Build your world with ranchero chicken tacos and or honey chipotle crispers and or bacon ranch quesadillas and or personal fajitas for your main course. It's Chili's. More variety, more great value happens there.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePoint.gu.
I forgot to take the weather thing off the screen. I've deprived you of looking at my red shirt all in the last 5 minutes or so. Sorry about that. Every once in a while I just get into a point where, golly, I just don't know which corner I want to turn on this program because there's all kinds of places. I got the table of contents, and then there's all of the stuff that I print out. There's some of the stuff that Joe prints out, and then interview opportunities like the one we just had with Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan. Former senator wants the job back over at the legislature and kind of wants to sit at the same side of the table as you and me. We see the prices going up for this, that, and the other, and utilities, and then wonder, hey, where is it somebody in the government that's going to help us out even more with all of this? Because it's not my fault. Also not Putin's fault, but I'm going to say it's not my fault. So it'd be great if there was a little bit more by way of assistance to help keep those costs down. As I said, we worked it out in the right direction with the liquid fuels tax. Gasoline was about $6.50 a gallon, and everybody was losing their minds on this. And finally, somebody at the legislature heard and paid attention to my pleas, my cajoling messages that, hey, you want to help people out, there's a way to do that. We're not really using the liquid fuels tax to do all of the things that the original intention of the liquid fuels tax was supposed to take care of. So how about we stop charging people that for a little bit or forever? I don't know. I was happy with forever, and they did, and that gave us some relief. And the great news is, as that was coming, and as it continues, as the benefit of not paying that tax continues, we are watching the price of gasoline go down on the island of Guam and near parts, and that's a great thing. That means that we're saving at both ends. We're saving on the tax side, and we're saving on the payment side. I think that's absolutely fantastic, and I'm sure that there's somebody over at BBMR in the Department of Administration that every time the price of gas goes down, goes, drat! We're missing our share of that. The government of Guam is missing their share of all of that money. To which I say, too bad. Too bad. It's about time the thing starts swinging in the direction of the taxpayers. And now we've got, an interesting position. We'll talk to Cy about this in a couple of minutes, about the possibility that who knows, maybe we won't need to take that additional bite with a LEAC increase down the road. Who knows? Maybe we might even be continuing to move down enough so that they can take a look at the existing LEAC and say, you know what, we might be able to live inside of this new number for a little bit, and maybe go backwards on it. This is the dream that I have. This is the idea that floats around in my head as I go to sleep at night. So wouldn't it be great? So I've got $500, $100 a month coming in for the next 5 months, and the price of electricity is going down. Now, I am in control of my electricity right now. I want to thank the guys over at GPA for putting this together. It's myenergy.com on the World Wide Web. You log into the thing, and then it will show you what, and you can configure. It will show you, as in show you, Josh. It will show you what's going on with your electricity. I might find a way to do that put it up on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. But it will show you what your consumption. Now you can't not hear it. You can't not. Okay, got it. It will display what your consumption is of electricity. So I'm looking at this thing, and I can see, over the weekend when I was sick and I didn't leave the house. I mean, I could see, I was running the hot water heater, microwave, the regular oven was on, hot water heater, that kind of thing. So you can see that I was home all day. But for the most part, it's been coming down. I'm proud to tell you that based on where we are today and in the month for myenergy.com, and a lot of this is the realization that the LEAC is in place right now, and the cost of electricity has gone up, I've been able to reduce my monthly consumption. Consumption.
Oh wow!
Consumption.
Ray.
It's been a
qualified for the scholarship.
hell of a month. I've been able to reduce mine by 11%. So I think that meets the increase in the LEAC. It went up by a big chunk, and so I'm in control of that kind of thing. But I think it's going to be great when down the road. So this is what I'm proposing now, especially for the folks over at the legislature that might be reading the polls and are absolutely desperate to get reelected. Here's my proposal to you guys: get behind Jimmy Moylan's. I'm sure he's got 4 or 5 bills out there. Get behind whatever moving target you have that will eliminate the business privilege taxes on groceries and on medicine, and I also want to say things that people need. Just, you got babies, and we shouldn't be charging you for diapers or any of that stuff, and formula and milk bottles or pads. Hey, listen, I have women in my family. I get it, and all of those kinds of things that the government doesn't need to make money on. The government does not need to make money, and they're making it on the business privilege tax, and they're also making it on the delta, the increase in the business privilege taxes because of just inflation and the cost of transporting it to Guam. The government is getting added value from every purchase that we make, and you got to ask yourself: are we getting the added value out of that at the same time, simultaneously? Are we seeing all that? Yeah, I don't know why. 8:20 in the morning. Ponder that, if you will. Now I was also. What did you do to the thing? You know what it is? Windows needs to upgrade, so it's going to start messing with my significant technology. Now, I told you yesterday about Taiwan and what they're doing in Taiwan. No,
the exercises.
I still don't know. But Brian Kilmeade made a really good point. Pelosi's got to go. And you can take that either way you want to.
No way.
But she's got to go. She's got to go. She's got to go to Taiwan.
Yeah.
She absolutely has to go to Taiwan.
What?
Because if she does not go, then that is a sign of weakness. That means that we are kowtowing, that we are afraid of the Chinese. The Chinese said if Pelosi, Speaker of the House, shows up in Taiwan, they will take that as an affront. They will lose face on it, and they have already threatened that they may take retaliatory measures that may include military
She's
retaliatory
got to go
measures.
over there and say, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
Show me, yeah, no, she's got to.
Yeah,
Exactly. Somebody's got to go there and say, yeah, well, we're still the United States of America. We're still the most powerful country on the planet. And if we want to send our Speaker of the House of Representatives, then we're going to send our Speaker of the House of Representatives. And there's nothing you can do about it.
I think the fact that it's her, they should send someone else, not her.
Well, like who?
Like AOC.
But no, so that would be capitulating to the threat. That would be it's when you and I were little boys and we were going to get into a fight with somebody, they would come over and tillick the chin. You remember that? Yeah. That's a sign. I'm in your space. What are you going to do about it? So that's what they've done. Nancy Pelosi, whether it was a good idea or not, said I'm going to Taiwan, and if she goes to Taiwan and there is some kind of response, then we're going to have to deal with it then. But if we do not go to Taiwan, if she does not go to Taiwan, that means that we're taking a knee, that we're letting them tillick our chin, and might as well just say from here on out we're not really players out in this part of the world. I don't know what the genesis of it was, but I know how it's got to end, and it has got to end with the United States demonstrating that we are still a force to be reckoned with in this part of the world. Now, having said that, they have annual drills in Taiwan, Taipei in particular. And over the last couple of days, they held one, which was basically get everything off the street. We need to get all of the mopeds and all of the taxis and all the trucks. We got to get that off the streets. And the idea behind that is actually pretty practical. One of the first scenarios they come up with, and you remember the movie Independence Day when they're walking around and it's rubble everywhere? That's what we try to avoid. So we clear the streets. That way we've got room for the emergency vehicles, military vehicles, and that kind of thing, if the buildings don't actually fall down on everything. And create that kind of rubble. And then I get this in my Guam searched alert thing on Google. Anderson Air Force Base, Guam, the 36th wing, which is tastier than most wings, is scheduled to conduct an emergency response exercise tomorrow between 12 and 5 at Anderson Air Force Base. The exercise, and I put this out here because it's interesting, and also we got people that listen up in Jigo. The exercise will involve multiple training scenarios to prepare service members to respond to emergency situations. Members will be on scene during exercise scenarios to ensure public safety, increased noise and activity to include sound effects, simulated gunfire, messages from the giant voice system.
That's what they call it?
The giant voice system. You know what?
I want to be the giant voice.
I want to be the giant voice. I want to hear the giant voice say, "Your townhouse is open." There'll be sirens and noises from emergency vehicles. Visual effects such as smoke may also be seen. Measures have been taken to minimize disruptions with the local communities and to normal base operations. But there may be times when the exercise causes increased traffic around base or delays in base access, to include inbound and outbound gate closures. In the event of a real-world situation of the contingency, the exercise will be terminated, and the base will be notified through the official Anderson Air Force Base Facebook and ad hoc notification systems. And they give you a couple of telephone numbers to get a hold of, I presume, Staff Sergeant Aubrey Owens of the 36th Wing to get more information. But here's the thing that I've got in my head here is how come it is that they're not saying what kind of emergency that they will be practicing for?
That's classified.
Classified, I'm sorry.
Classified.
But you wouldn't know anything about.
While you're on the topic of roads, this just is.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not really, not a big deal. But Crystal just sent a thing that, there was supposed to be a groundbreaking ceremony over at Challenge San Antonio today at 11.
Okay.
It's been postponed because it's raining.
I got you. Challenge San Antonio?
That's what it says. Route 14, Challenge San Antonio, resurfacing. They were supposed to do something there.
Okay.
The ground's already broken. They're breaking more ground.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm also kind of curious about some of the other things I'm seeing up on the screen. Busy getting out of Dededo. You haven't even gotten to Route 1 and 3, but it's also running fairly busy through there. And Route 15, busier in a couple of new spots. 8, 10, and 15 doing all right, but 10 and 15 is running busy. No doubt everybody trying to make their way to the utility campus. 8:26 in the morning. Do I have somebody that might be at the utility campus
my
online?
Uncle Si.
Uncle Simon Sanchez from the Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Buenos, Jen. Half a day, Si.
Buenos, Ray. Unfortunately for me, I'm not at the utility campus, but I had the distinct pleasure of listening to you for the last 2 hours. I've been on the phone with the IRS for 3 hours trying to resolve a business problem, and they finally answered the phone, which is why I'm a few minutes late, and they said, fill out this form and fax it in. I said, fax? Like, okay. So anyway, I'd much rather talk to you. About oil.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, I mean, and there's a lot of places that we can take the conversation. First of all, I got word here this morning that, and I didn't realize. I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't, but it seems to me that it is interesting that a significant solar asset on Guam now has been sold in a kind of a third market kind of situation. Is it Clean Capital that bought Glide Path's interest in the Dandan power plant? Solar power plant?
One reason I listen to The Point is to find out what's going on. You know, I was not aware of any sale until you read the story.
Really?
John B. did not mention it to us. And this is like the fourth time that solar farm's been sold. So the good news is it works, and people are willing to buy and sell it. I mean, and solar farms are traded on the market. I mean, that's companies buy and sell because these are long-term contracts, right? 25 years, right? So. I guess we have a new owner. They're bound by the original contract of 2015 and the original prices. But Glide Path bought it from someone else, who bought it from someone else, and this, I believe, is owner number 4. John B. did not mention it to us, so I'm not sure whether he's aware. And sometimes they don't need our permission. The new buyer has to honor the contract.
Sure.
But let me, maybe when you can, just send me a quick note for where I can look up the story, and I'll chat with John B. But as of last night, he did not mention that the Glide Path had sold their interest in the
renewables. Renewables Now is the web journal that I founded in. Clean energy investment platform Clean Capital has acquired the 36.6 megawatt direct current solar power plant in Guam. They bought it from Glide Path Power Solutions with rights to the seller's solar development pipeline on the island. So apparently, it looks like it might have been the whole corporate deal. So whatever deals they have now and are working on in future, they will be the players in.
Yeah, I'm guessing Glide Path was probably created by the parent company to be the Guam Corporation that owns the actual asset, and that's what was sold. Because Glide Path has a bigger owner. I forget who it is, but I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Again, this will be the 4th owner. So
what do you suppose? What do you suppose that transaction's worth?
I don't know. I mean, because they have to price out how many years they got left. They've been there. They've been running it for 20. So they got 15 years left on the guaranteed contract. But I think there's a lot of discussion that we hear about is, once you put a solar farm there, when the contract ends, and we're trying to get to 100% renewable, right? The chances are people are going to just put another solar farm there. So this new owner is simply saying, well, after 15 years, when the contract ends, GPA will put out another bid, and because you've already paid for the land, you should be pretty competitive. And in fact, our expectation is solar farms will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper over time as the technology continues to mature, particularly with storage. Because generating solar is competitive, but solar does, when the sun don't shine, we don't get power from a solar farm. Although yesterday we still got 6 megawatts of power out of Marbo, for example. I'm sure we got some out of Dundun, but I didn't get the number. But John was commenting last night that even with all the rain yesterday, Marbo was able to make some energy.
Yeah, that was kind of the next question. It's not necessarily been dark over the last couple of days, but it's certainly been gloomy out there. And you think and in fact, the news story makes reference to them being able to provide about 6% of the power of generation to Guam. Is it still 6% yesterday? Was it 6% the day before?
Well, I'm sure it's the cumulative effect, right? Last week, Marbo was producing almost 60 megs on a couple of days and was averaging between 45 and 55 megs when the sun is out. But yesterday, it only can do 6. So, it's everyone in that business understands that you're not going to crank out 60 megawatts every, not 24/7, but not every day because the sun doesn't shine. The good Lord doesn't play the same way every day. So that's just part of the business.
As we know.
They're able to estimate how many hours they think they can sell, solar hours they can sell the GPA, and they price it. And they think they can still make, I guess the new owner thinks they can still make a nickel on the remaining 15 years on the contract. And they bought it from GlidePath, and GlidePath sold it to them. And so they have to just keep, and now the new owner, the only way they get money is to keep the solar farm running so they can sell power to us and we can write them a check, and then they get their money back, right? So I'm not surprised that it was sold. It's always interesting to hear, okay, we have a new partner, but it's not the first time that particular plant's been sold. KEPCO could sell their solar farm if they wanted to, but those are private business transactions that
do whatever it is that they can do what they will with their assets, as you point out, as long as they continue to meet the requirements of the agreement that they have with the power authority, with the utility itself. 8:31 in the morning. A couple of other things that are in my head here, and watching, they're trading in about the same range, about 94, 92, 94 and a half or so for a barrel of West Texas crude here. I'm sure that you guys are watching that like a hawk over at the power authority to see if it is possible, now that it is moving into under $100 a barrel. It feels like it's been there for a while, that we might be able to hold off on the additional increase to the LEAC. What are the chances something like that might happen?
Well, you got to remember, as you know, we had held back on raising the LEAC throughout the entire COVID period, where if we didn't do something in May, we were going to be 70 million short. And, we can be 20 to 30 million, we can cover 20 to 30 million and recover that back over time, but we can't run 70 million, that's 2 months of oil that you can't buy at today's prices. Yeah. And that's nobody wants 10 months of oil, 10 months of power. They want 12 months of power. So, we delayed through the entire COVID period. We delayed raising the LEAC, but you can only delay it so much, and then oil goes from $80 a barrel to $120 a barrel, the highest in 14 years, and we're seeing it at the gas station. So it's a horrible situation, but none of us should be fooled that oil somehow is just because it's dropped in the last month or so is going to be significantly cheaper. Even with the drop in gas prices at the gas station announced yesterday, it's still higher than it was a year ago. We're spending already through June $94 million more for oil this year than we did a year ago through June, and that's all from the price increases of oil.
So I got to stop having that little fantasy where we say no, we don't need to take any more of the LEAC money that we'd already proposed, and in fact we can go backwards. That's out of the universe, huh?
Well, yeah. In fact, had we passed it on earlier, your power bills would be higher now.
Yeah.
Right, and then the rollback we could do, but we decided not to pass it on, and the PUC agreed, but we finally ran out of time where we can't absorb $70 million. And remember who we is, right? We are the owners of the Guam Power Authority, and we're also the customers. So the owners of Guam Power Authority can't afford to have the customers of the Guam Power Authority not pay them $70 million worth of oil. And when 60% of your costs, which is the average cost of the LEAC over time, when that goes up 50% from $80 to $120 a barrel, and it stays there for 6-8 months, it's why gas today, even with the drop that occurred yesterday, is still more expensive than it was a year ago. It's the market price, and it's the way it flows through in terms of costs. And I don't know how the gas stations do it. We buy one tanker a month, right? And we average it out. As you know, the LEAC is averaged out over a 6-month period. But when there are spikes, sometimes you can't wait 6 months. I don't know why the gas stations. I don't run their businesses. They go up 4 times a month. They go down 2 times a month. They go up and down. We only. You gas your car 3-4 times a month. We only send you one bill. Right? You don't come to us and say, okay, this week I want to buy Monday's fuel. Well, although we have about 300 customers that actually do that. They're on a prepaid. But we only bill you once a month, so we have to act. So our costs are really averaged out over 30 days, and we buy 10 tankers a year, right? So we average those costs out. That's why it's called the levelized average energy adjustment clause. We average it out over time. and then recover it. And it's how all the utility companies that burn oil, they use a LEAC in some way. Hawaii does it every month. We do it every 6 months. But when there's a spike, like we've had to endure for the past year, the PUC had to.
We got to get in a little bit more often for that levelization. 8:35 in the morning. Simon Sanchez from the CCU on the line here, and then I'm glad you brought up the gasoline thing. And we are talking about power. There is going to be some respite now for ratepayers on Guam, as the $500 relief for power bills is now either on the governor's desk or headed to the governor's desk. Although it seems to me that the disagreement between the legislature and the governor's office on the source of the funding still has to be answered to everybody's satisfaction. Otherwise, it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere.
Well, my sense of it, and it's just me. I'm just a citizen. I don't talk to the
Republican.
Yeah, right. But what's that got to do with the price of oil? I think ratepayers need the relief. Both the governor and the legislature want to give the relief. They're arguing about which bucket of money to take it from. I suspect we're going to get the relief from whatever bucket, and if the two of them want to argue about which bucket they took it out of, I mean, that's their prerogative. But the rest of us are going to say, give us the rebate. And John B. actually said something last night, which I didn't think he would do it that way, but I like the way he's thinking.
Mm-hmm.
You know how it's supposed to be July bills, which are already out, already at the end of the month, July, August, September. His thinking is once we have the bill in law and the first the 1/5 of the $25 million is paid to us, he would double up. So he thought maybe in the August bill there would be two $100 rebates. Instead of stretching it out over 5 months, he'd do 2 in August and then the remaining 3 over the remaining 3 months thereafter. So he's thinking of catching up in August what should have been rebated in July once the bill becomes law. There's plenty of cash flow in the government of Guam, federal or local.
Yeah.
Pretty confident that the government of Guam will be able to transfer $5 million a month for the next 5 months, which also allows them 2 fiscal years to take money from. Which in the conversation I observed in the legislature, I never quite heard the fact that it stretches into the next fiscal year. No, 23. There's the next fiscal year because it's September and October, or October and November. Some of that money in next year's budget can be used to pay for this. But however the governor and the legislature sort that out, and their disagreements notwithstanding, we believe
there is a plan to. So GPA is adjusting for that.
Well, I mean, we have to make sure we get paid. I mean, and first we have to make sure the law is signed, and then the governor will decide which bucket of money she will release it from. The legislature has conditioned it. My suspicion is there's always it's better to ask forgiveness than permission, and the governor's pretty strong on her position about how she feels about federal funds and how it can be spent, and how she feels about local funds.
Which is where the limbo is, but it is veto-proof now. 11 members of the legislature voted in favor of it, so number one, it's veto-proof. She could let it lapse into law, as has been done with the All Rise Act, and just never implement it. So, I just feel like it's in limbo to me, Si.
Well, I don't think it's in limbo. I mean, my observation, having been in the legislature and my understanding of the legislation, she's supposed to use federal money first and then local money.
Yes.
And she could give us the money and then say, hey, I couldn't use the federal money, so I used the local money, which kind of like what Judge Klitsky was alluding to
this morning.
Right. So, again, by that point, once she's given us the money, if the legislature and the governor want to argue about it, I mean, that's for them to argue, but at least as long as they're giving us the money, we will issue the credit. And my suspicion is the governor will use whatever authority she feels is necessary, because the legislation gave her essentially the option. She's supposed to use, if I heard it right, she's supposed to use federal funds first, if allowed, and local funds next. If she says federal funds aren't allowed, then she'll use the local funds. And because I'm pretty sure that and then the legislature can sue her, take her to court. But if she's already given out the money,
then she's already given out the money.
Yeah, exactly.
Because she digs in on page 8, talking about how she's not going to violate federal law either. At any rate, Ty, always fun talking with you. A lot of stuff I got to get through before the top of the hour. And I hope you had a good time back on talk radio yesterday.
For a minute, I missed your show. I was trying to listen for a minute, but I was helping Patty out. I think Patty isn't on the air this morning, so she caught what you caught, and it's not COVID. But you had a little frog in your throat last week, and now she's a little bit under the weather. And as I told Judge Klitsky, no, he's irreplaceable, although Jose does a great job. And you'd be a very tough act to follow, too, because of the nature of your show. But, I've been a radio junkie like you for a long, long time, and will always help out friends. And if you ever ask me to cover, I try my best. But luckily, you're pretty healthy. But yeah,
you only have to do 3 hours. You only have to. That's my deal here. Is 3 hours, so you get in while you're having a good time. You don't have to worry about a small talk portion. I got to run 8:40 in the morning, so I appreciate your time. Hugging a kiss to Auntie Lou.
All right, stay dry, Ray. Thank you.
You know it. 8:40 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and we are looking at the last big look at news and headlines coming your way here with Joanne Matanani right after these important messages.
Tell me about it, stud.
Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Festival is back on Saturday, October 22nd. We rockin' and rollin' at the Dusatani Guam Resort from 2 to 10 p.m. Bring your friends and come dressed in your best grease costume to win up to $500 in cash and prizes. So bust out those leather jackets and 50-style outfits as we party the night away at Circle K's Craft Beer and Whiskey Fest. Don't be a square. Get your tickets now at craftbeerfestguam.com or cruise on by any 76 Circle K location. Now that's cool, baby.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Studio time, 8:42, Ray Gibson Show, until it's not going to be any more programming note while I'm thinking about it. And Simon's talking about subbing for me. I have, by some miracle of judicial logic now, I am a member of J Squad for the grand jury. And starting August the 3rd, next Wednesday, I will have to make a telephone call to this telephone number, and they will tell me whether I'm going to show up for jury duty the next day to sit on the grand jury and hear the magistrates and all of those kinds of things. And the answer to that question, at least for the very first one, is yeah. So there's a very, very good chance that there might be some modifications made to the program. I'll come in and do the first couple of hours for sure. And we might just go to the network after that or play recordings of the Ray Gibson Show on days like today. If it was today, I'd wear this shirt and then we just play like today's program next week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So people wouldn't even know it was a different show. Anyway, 8:43 in the morning, and time for our last big look at news and headlines. And now here is Joanne Matanani. Buenas, Joanne. What happened?
Buenas. Governor Leon Guerrero says the $1,000 RISE Act stimulus to residents would violate federal law. Senator Jim Moylan, who introduced Bill 326 to remove the income cap, said the measure would provide funds to every eligible household. Moylan specifically pointed to the unspent $314 million in the American Rescue Plan to fund the measure. The Guam Election Commission approved 4 proposals to undergo the next step in order for each to be included on ballots in November. GEC Executive Director Maria Pangilinan noted that finalization for ballots must be made by September 23rd in order to meet the 45-day mail-out deadline for off-island voters to vote in the general election. A couple of approved proposals include Proposal A, which will remove the primary election requirement for independent candidates, and Proposal B, which will increase the number of members of the Guam legislature from 15 to 21. Lastly, there's more hopeful news for residents. After 2 days in emergency session and several amendments to the Power Bill rebate measure, senators unanimously passed Bill 325-36. The Power Credit Program affects all residential and commercial customers of the Guam Power Authority, granting them $500 in credit. The amount will be divided into 5 $100 credits against billings for 5 months. The bill now sits on the governor's desk for action. That was your last look at local headlines on The Point.
Okay, so we know that when Donna leaves, she goes basically to a real boring life. So when you leave, what do you do? What's your thing, Joanne?
I teach.
Oh, you're a teacher?
I am.
Like today you're teaching? There's like your teaching job today?
Yes.
Wow. What kind of school is this?
I teach at Unselm Middle School.
UMS. Okay.
Yes.
All right. I know the spot. Interesting traffic patterns around that place. So there's still classes going on right now?
Well, summer school has ended.
Uh-huh.
I will be back in the classroom August 5. All teachers report back. I'm dreading
August
that date.
5th.
I was
August 5th.
No, it's 5.
Okay, man.
Joe freaks out. How come there's no
These two
1st or 2nd or 23rd or 24th? Okay, so August 5 is the return to school for you and the students over
For
teachers.
For teachers.
Okay, so what about students? When are the students going back, or do you care?
Usually,
you turn around and there's people there. Hey, how about that?
it's usually about a week later.
Okay, what do you teach there?
I am the band director.
No way.
Yes.
They have band in Untalan?
Oh, ever since.
Okay. Well, do you need anything? Because I know,
I need
especially with
everything.
Untalan Middle School, like every other school on Guam, gets broken into every once in a while. Somebody will come in and steal the violins and the trumpets and stuff like that. So
Sax and violins.
Sax and violins is what is that what you're looking for?
I'm looking for everything.
Okay.
I need everything.
So if you are a musician and you've got spares, or you used to be a musician, or you took a couple of lessons and can't find a way to part with it, there is a need. And if you want to help fill that need, send me a blurb 797-8255, and I'll make sure that you can get in contact with Joanne and help make it so that one day we have a beautiful brass section. I want a horn section like Earth, Wind, and Fire and Chicago, Untalan Middle School style. Can it be done?
It can be done.
Thank you so much. 8:46 in the morning. And just a note, I probably should have told you this a while ago, but I just noticed it on my phone because it came out around 6 o'clock. There's a flood advisory in effect for... No. Sorry, guys. Whoops. Apparently, until 10:30 this morning, National Weather Service is going to be yuck weather, so expect some flooding in the urban and small streams with the excessive rainfall. A flood watch is in effect for Guam, Rototinian, and Saipan through this afternoon. If you're driving, be alert for low visibility and slippery road slowdown where water is ponding on the road. Turn around, don't drown. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. Now, I will say this because it is true. Some of you may not believe me. And you go, no way, Palau, that couldn't have happened. But there was a time, Route 16, I want to say about 10 years ago, and it was a day not dissimilar from today, that a variety of vehicles thought that they could make it through that intersection. I want to say it was the McMobile intersection.
You're
there, right?
Yeah.
The mobile station on I'm sorry, the gas station on Route 16. The flooding was so bad, cars were flooded up to the windows, and the drivers had to get out of the cars and sit on top of the roof and wait to get rescued. How were they rescued? Jet skis.
Nice.
They had deployed jet skis to go from one car to another and pick people up and rescue them from all of that rain. In typical Guam fashion, a half hour later, you couldn't even tell that it rained. But for at least a while, because the water drained off apparently real quick once it stopped. But at least for a while, it was some ugly, ugly rain going on. 8:48 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back.
Fly to new experiences with 3 times United miles with First Hawaiian Bank's United credit card. Earn 3 times per dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels until February 28th, 2023, and 2 times miles thereafter. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to fhb.com/United for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
In 10 minutes, is that all? In 10 minutes, it's going to be, 9 o'clock in the morning?
Time flies, Ray.
Oh, my God. And today's flying fast. Cool. So, you ever have dreams? I had dreams last night, and I don't know why. And it's like the only thing that Governor Gutierrez and I have disagreed on.
What's that?
I've got a design in my head using old 20-foot containers as like bus shelters.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you paint,
I remember that,
you
yeah.
paint the things up, you put an arc over
Keep the
here, you
tourists
got
dry.
some place for cigarettes. Yeah,
Yeah.
keep the tourists dry, and there's containers all over the place. We could deploy them all over and teach kids over at GCC some important welding and cutting skills.
Oh, yeah.
and that kind of thing. So, but he's got an idea about some other different versions of the construction, obviously a little bit prettier that you can use. And I don't know why. Sorry, I'm burping in my mouth. I have no idea why, but it just seems to me it was in my dream this morning, and it was. Do you get this every once in a while where like you wake up from the dream and the dream is still playing in your head, and you close your eyes and the dream is still playing in your head? It's like on this endless loop, and so I've got this design in my head, and I want to show it to somebody so that maybe we can get I don't know, maybe one around here and put one in the front of the radio station.
You're being led, man.
I think so. As you say, you put it out in the universe. I'll have the generator on one side and someplace for you guys to smoke cigarettes at the end of the day. You know what I mean?
That'd be nice.
Right. 851 and change. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Man, the girls are gone. Crap.
Yeah. Smelled better in there a minute ago.
Because I forgot I wanted to do this. There's just been so much going on here this morning with the rains and conversation about whether the governor is being stingy with federal funds or maybe maybe it's the people over at the legislature. Maybe they're Joe, they're just greedy. They're just greedy. They're just looking for an opportunity here that everybody's mad because you got to be eligible in order to meet the requirements to get your hands on some of this free money coming from the federal government of the United States of America. And it was in an email that went out yesterday, and I don't know how I missed it. How I might have missed this because as I said, what it looks like to me is members of the minority and a couple of Democrats over at the legislature, and at least one Democrat congressman is trying to paint Lulian Guerrero as stingy with the money. This is my money. This is federal government. Even the courts say that nobody else can determine the spend of this money. Only me. Only I can do that. And in fact, it is possible with this response from Crystal in the governor's office yesterday, that was the other side that I was missing, trying to paint now Adelup, trying to portray the people over at the legislature and Mike Nicholas as greedy. How do I get that inference? Here's the phrase. While it is understandable that the delegate and some senators who have incomes well in excess of the income thresholds established for cash assistance may want free money from the government, they simply can't demonstrate by data or research that their income category has suffered an impact that merits direct cash assistance. As I said, that's the governor's office saying, I see what's happening. You guys make a whole lot more money than you would to meet these eligibility requirements. You just want free money. That's what's going on. You greedy, greedy, greedy members of the 36th Guam legislature, at least the ones that are on her side. However, giving free cash to people who, as a class, cannot demonstrate an impact violates both the letter and the spirit of the law. And Lulian Guerrero is not going to break the federal laws. So all of a sudden we're respectful of the federal laws,
a hallmark.
the Constitution of the United States of America. Are we? Did we not send Josh Tenorio and Tony Babauta? Did we not send them to the United Nations to complain about the federal law that all of a sudden we respect now? But there's a federal law that says you got to have universal suffrage. So when Dave Davis agree, disagree, like him or not. Dave Davis for a while was the Trump of Guam, but agree or disagree, he felt, and the Supreme Court backed him up on this, that you could not have a barrier to suffrage, that is voting, that was race-based. And as a man, even the Supreme Court said so. So isn't that nice? All of a sudden, while we don't like this federal law and we hate the idea, and we're going to go to complain to the federal, to the United Nations about this federal law here, we're going to respect it when I suppose it meets our requirements. Then you know what? Federal law, it's the law of the land, Real Joe, and that's the hallmark of this administration is. Of one of many hallmarks of the administration. 8:54 in the morning. My buddy Kellis on the line. Welcome back, bro.
Well, good morning. I just had a quick, thought and idea. I mean, so I'm sure that since Lou is no longer associated in any way, shape, or form with the Bank of Guam, that, I mean, the fact that these funds are held in the Bank of Guam, I'm sure the Bank of Guam is not receiving any benefit from being the holder of all these funds, that are not being used. So maybe it would be a good idea, at least while she was the governor, to take all these vast funds and put them into one of her competitors' bank.
Yeah,
because,
I hear what you're saying. I haven't spent a lot of time.
Competitor, I don't mean competitor because she has no association with the Bank of Guam right now. So it'd mean nothing to her personally if the money went to like Bank Pacific.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm familiar with that kind of conversation. I just don't know to what degree it's worth fretting about. I mean, is there actually $300 billion in an account, or is it something that we draw down on demand from the Treasury, as is the case in a lot of these federal grants and federal programs? And then the other thing is to what degree, and I've yet to have this explained to me by anybody in the banking industry, an actual banker that says that there is this, oh my God, windfall to the Bank of Guam or any other facility as a result of having that money in there?
Because the way I look at the way banks work, the more money you have in a bank, the more money you can loan out and the more money that you can receive. So, for example, if they didn't have this $1 billion or whatever it was, they would not be able to be putting out these $500 million worth of loans, so that they kept money in the bank in case they need to draw.
Yeah, I'd be more willing to give them the benefit of the doubt on that. The Bank of Guam has always been a very, very healthy business. It has always been a healthy financial institution here on Guam, and I don't ever remember them going, well, I can't give Ray Gibson that car loan, can't give them that mortgage today because our deposits aren't big enough. I don't think I've ever heard that from anybody going back to Tony and Uncle Two back in the day.
No, I was just saying that I'm sure there is some benefit to the bank obviously the bank has always been, not always, but it's been the bank for the Guam for some time. So I'm not saying, I'm just saying that there might be a benefit to the bank to have $1 billion or so just sitting there, not being used.
Right. I'll tell you what. Let me find a disinterested third party one of these days and ask that question and see what they've got to say about that, Kel. I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you pretty soon. You have a great day. 888-825-5888-TALK. I hear that all the time. You know what? Much as I like to pretend I'm pretty good about most financial and fiscal things, I worked at a bank. It's the only job I ever got fired from.
Really?
I was a teller. I was in training at the Bank of Hawaii.
A teller.
And I was going to work in the Bank of Hawaii in Waikiki. I was going to work at the big branch. But I'm me. And they said that I was even in teller training. They said I was too much flirting with the customers the pretend customers, and they were all my classmates. High touch, exactly.
Customer service at its best.
And then there's this whole backwards way of thinking. What is it? What is a debit? What's a credit? Because it ain't the same in the banking industry. A couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. 888-825-5888-TALK. If I get some time here this morning, and I'm not sure if we're going to be able to do it, we got Vince Borja, the senator candidate, is coming into the studio in just a little bit. He's going to be here, and Miss Saigon. I always want to say Little Miss Saigon, but that's not the name of it. We've got members of the cast of Miss Saigon that are going to be coming in, and as we get closer and closer to the unveiling of the opening of the curtains, it just gets that much more interesting. There's a fella named Garrett. What's his name? Bolden. Garrett Bolden. You might not have heard of this guy, but he's a big star in the Philippines, and he is taking on one of the roles in Miss Saigon. So it's going to be a lot of local talent in this, and there's going to be a lot of regional talent, because apparently if you are an actor or an actress in Miss Saigon, even if it's on Little Guam, USA, it still means you've been in a Broadway play, and that goes a long way. We're closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. Stand by now. Fox News Live is coming up next on KUSG Agutnia 93.3. We are The Point.
A prediction reaction from the former president. I'm Lee Silasera, Fox News.
The American people are poised to reject the failed reign of Joe Biden, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and the radical left in a momentous landslide. This is an incredible opportunity.
Former President Trump with a comment at a conservative summit in Washington. The president spent the majority of his time talking about what he perceived as lawlessness at home and crime, and he said he wants to bring Americans back from the brink. Earlier today, his former running mate Mike Pence appeared before the Young America's Foundation. There's been a rift between the two since the January 6th riot, but Pence said they still agree on one thing.
I truly do believe that elections are about the future. And that it's absolutely essential at a time when so many Americans are hurting, so many families are struggling, that we don't give way to the temptation to look back.
And Pence said now more than ever, conservatives need to be focused on the challenges Americans are facing today. President Biden's symptoms have nearly cleared up after last week's positive COVID-19 test.
Dr. Kevin O'Connor says President Biden's symptoms have now almost completely resolved, and he has completed a 5-day course of the antiviral drug Paxlovid. In a statement, the president's physician says the president feels well enough to resume his physical exercise regimen. The president will continue isolating today as his day 5. That's the timeline recommended to isolate by the CDC. President Biden has been working from the White House residence. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A federal judge in California has rejected a legal push to require Uber to provide wheelchair-accessible vehicles, finding that such a mandate would be too difficult for the company. America is listening to Fox News.
As a defense attorney, I've represented many people who, if they weren't poor or they had received a higher education, may have taken a different path. As senator, I will propose a scholarship for those whose struggles are less academic and more financial. Let's keep our university full, not our prison. I'm Thomas Fisher. I not only approve this message, I wrote it.
Paid for by Tom for Guam, Drake Diaz, Treasurer.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
The federal appeals court upholds a ban on mask mandates for schools in Texas.
The appeals court sided with Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott's executive order forbidding school districts from imposing mask rules to prevent the spread of COVID-19. A lower court granted an injunction after 7 families of children with disabilities filed a federal lawsuit, arguing a lack of a mask requirement endangers their health. The appeals court, in a 2-1 decision, ruled there are other options for schools to address health concerns, including vaccines, plexiglass barriers, and social distancing. Governor Abbott issued the executive order more than a year ago, saying Texans, not government, should decide their best health practices. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
Volkswagen has begun production of its first electric vehicles assembled in the U.S. at a plant in Tennessee. The automaker says it plans to ramp up production in Chattanooga to 7,000 cars per month in the fourth quarter of the year, with a goal of increasing the rate next year. There's a job opening for someone who really loves candy.
Online candy retailer Candy Funhouse is looking for a chief candy officer. For some, the chance to taste more than 3,500 products each month is compensation enough, but there is a paycheck involved. Nearly $80,000 a year in U.S. dollars. Applicants must be at least 5 years old, live in North America, be free of food allergies, and be fluent in English. The CCO would help select the candy they sell on their website, which currently lists a plethora of snacks and drinks, from blueberry muffin-flavored Kit Kats to teriyaki-flavored Lay's chips and dark berry Dr. Pepper. The deadline for applications is August 31st.
Fox's Lillian Wu. Klondike is discontinuing sales of a Choco Taco. The company says it needs to make choices as it deals with unprecedented demand. The news came just days after ice cream maker Good Humor confirmed it has stopped selling its toasted almond bar. I'm Lee Silasera. This is Fox News.
On Election Day, the Camacho Ada campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved for the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
Becoming a homeowner for the first time could be a little nerve-wracking, but it certainly doesn't have to be, especially if you have Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty guiding you every step of the way. So have no fear. She also specializes in land sales, commercial leasing, local residential sales leasing, also military and corporate new relocation. So for all your real estate needs, take the first step in the right direction with Lolita Kamet of Hoffaday Realty by calling 671-688-6743. That's 671-688-6743.
Paying more for gas, more for food, more for everything? How about something for free? For a limited time, switch to GTA and get 3 months free. Bring your phone with your number to GTA and get 3 months of free service when you sign up for any wireless unlimited plan. Plus, we'll waive activation fees and set you up with a free SIM card. Come into GTA today for the best truly unlimited wireless plans on the best network. Terms and conditions apply. For more information, visit GTA.net. GTA, we start with you.
I got you. Portions of the program brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until, we work until 10. Is that's still the plan, right?
All the way.
You know, I was having a conversation with Bob Klitsky yesterday about this, doing radio show. I do a 4-hour show. He does a 2-hour show. And, the topic of, well, why don't you do a 3-hour show came up. And you know what occurred to me while I was thinking about it, Joe?
What?
This is, hardly worth getting out of bed early if you're just going to come in for 3 hours, right?
It's true.
I mean, I got an hour of prep and stuff like that. But if you get on an airplane, you're thinking, okay, I'm going to go for a boat ride. I'm going to get on an airplane. I'm going to do something.
Stop trying to cut my hours, man.
No, I'm not trying to cut your hours. Oh, that's what they call it in Sri Lanka. And before we they got Vince Bora in the studio. And every time I think about the tough times that we've got here on Guam and the difficulties that we've got one way or the other. At least we're not Sri Lanka, where the government has collapsed. You're aware of this, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's absolutely crazy what's going on out there. I think the whoever was a leader, I'd heard 2 or 3 different stories, but he's one of these guys where I think we needed to send a plane out to go and fetch the guy. Otherwise, he was going to get literally torn apart by all the people. They invaded the government house there, people taking pictures of them swimming in his pool and sitting at his desk and all of this other stuff. Absolutely crazy what was going on. And they were in such a bad financial position that they couldn't buy oil to power the country. I mean, they got power plants like everything else, and all of the people that would sell them oil had already been burned. Already, slow pay, no pay on this. So now they're in a situation where they are doing what we like to refer to here as load shedding. But in this case, they're not load shedding because they don't have the capacity. They're load shedding because they don't have the oil to be able to run the plants. And you will remember when we used to do load shedding around here back in the day. Joe, at times, we'd do load shedding for an hour here and an hour there. Load shedding is taking place as I speak there, and they have just lit the fire in 6 different areas there where the power will be out for 3 hours.
Wow.
Whoa. Yeah, whoa. There's others, 2.5 hours, an hour and a half here, an hour and a half there until later in the evening. But and they're repeating. So it's like you'll have your power out here for 3 hours, and then later on in the day, it'll go out again, but only for an hour and a half. And then maybe before you go to bed tonight, it'll go off for an hour and 45 minutes. And you just, like I said, you think about how bad it is now. And the answer is it could always get worse. And that's what we would try to avoid here in the future. 9 after 9 o'clock in the morning. The voice that you hear, the little husky voice in the background, that belongs to Vince Bora. How you doing there, Vince?
Good, Ray. How are you? Thanks
you know
for
what?
having me.
I'm always good and always enjoy the initial confusion in the morning. whether Biba Vince is on the line or Guitar Vince is on the line. You've met the other Vince, right?
Yes, I've met him.
Yeah. Has he played at any of your fundraisers yet?
No, not yet.
Absolutely. So I'm going to start with the fun.
We'll call him. Karina will call him.
I'll start with the fundraiser conversation because you did send me an invitation to I think it was a $250 fundraiser, and I'm like, whoa, Vince, have we met? We've met, right? I'm one of those. I'm a $10 venue kind of chorizo shot kind of guy, right? That's my version of fundraising. So, but you're doing them. You're back in the active fundraising game.
Yeah, we just had the Good Time once a couple weeks ago.
Good band.
Yeah, it was actually really fun.
Yeah.
But we don't have anything planned right now.
Well, that's all right. The last time that you and I were in the same room was actually at one of your fundraisers it's got to be the quintessential hole in the wall. And I can't even remember the name of the place now. But it's a little bar not too far away from the old Chuck Steakhouse. By the Pia Marine.
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
I forgot the name.
I forget
but
the
it is
name.
a hole in the wall. It's like Mayflower Bakery.
No, not Corritos Bakery. Yeah, no, not Corritos 8 for 8. Another great place when Joey was running the place at the end of Pia Marine to have fundraisers. Went to more than one or two in there. But next to the Mayflower, the bakery there, yes. Which is a nice place to go and get a cup of coffee if you're ever in the area. At any rate, the reason why I bring that up is because I was annoyed at the time. It was January and February of 2020, and you had launched what I thought was a pretty aggressive fundraising schedule. It's not the only one that I'd attended, and frankly, between your wife and all of her girlfriends, this is just unbelievable. It's like a beauty pageant when you go to the place. You got, like I said, his wife's there, and Millie and Lola and everybody, and
that's when we had the Munoz sisters. Dude, they were very aggressive.
Yes. I mean, that's why I go is because A, they're going to be there, B, because they told me to go. So I mean, it was always kind of, I know I'm going to have a good time when I go, rub shoulders with some of the other Republicans, but the level of frustration because I could see what was coming, and there we were at the beginning of an election year. You were at the beginning of your fundraising opportunities. Guys like J.I. were also doing some running. I did some campaign, some fundraising work, and not work, but I attended a fundraising with him. And then all of a sudden, COVID hit, and there goes it. Shut off the spigot on the campaign. You all of a sudden didn't have a whole lot of opportunities to make any money or meet other candidates and meet voters. That sucked.
Yeah, and so I think we were very flexible. I think for me it was a little easier because at that time I was told to leave the University of Guam while I was a professor.
I recall Cousin Troy made a little bit of a stink about that.
And then I was going to go into the digital marketing space and kind of do my own thing to make money, and then the pandemic happened.
Yeah.
So having that experience kind of helped me kind of shift into that politically, right, in regards to how we were going to campaign. So I think we did a decent job with what we had.
Oh my God, the problem and was capitally annoying to me because I'm one of these guys. I'm like reelect nobody because it seems to me you've been in for a couple of terms, maybe you were out for a while, and you came back, and it's still the same just games that are getting played, and we really need to have people new voices, new thinking, new vision for what Guam can be.
I agree.
And between guys like you, as I said, J.I. was in there, Sandra Seau, Michelle Armenta, any number of people that Bunker, as a matter of fact, and now they're back for the 2022 campaign. But I would have liked to have seen more opportunities, and we just lost that. With COVID-19, and I couldn't meet up with you at venue or something like that, and even going out there and doing waving. I mean, even that seemed to be stunted because 6 foot distancing and all that. That was tricky.
Yeah, but what I will say, one thing about the waving that was cool, I think what I liked about the pandemic was that we were able to wear a mask, right? So last time, you can stand there with a mutu, it's 6:30 in the morning, walking out there like waving.
But you're a shy guy to begin with.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm shy. I'm
introvert.
I'm introvert. Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So what kind of torture is this? Talking to me on the radio? How bad is that for you? It's just a level of 1 to 10, and I'll dial back if I need to.
No, I think I'm fine.
Okay.
Because I think at the end of the day, right, like when I talk to people, especially when it comes to politics, I consider myself very humble in regards to trying to sell myself, right? Because it's always what can you bring to the table, right? But I know, I think for me, it's not, you know, people always say you need to talk about like all the degrees you have and all these other crazy things that you can put on a piece of paper. But I think that if it's one thing that I'd rather share with people is really more of my story, right? Where I came from, right? And why I think that I can serve the best interest of the people. I mean,
let's pick it up from there.
I mean, we can start with I'm from deep. I mean, I was born and raised in Minilao, but you know, we lived in Back Road, Typhoon Paka at the time took our family home, and so we moved into Tent City, and then from there, my grandma got the dollar housing in Dedido by the Istanbul Gym. And, you know, we lived on public assistance. I mean, I'm not proud, but I got arrested when I was in middle school for being with a bunch of other kids at Metopping Beach, and one of our classmates decided to wear less clothes, and she was very dark skinned, and they literally saw her from Evo, but we got arrested. And I think it was at that point when I went to court, and the judge
we want
told
names,
me,
Vince, but go on.
And the judge told me, you know, you need to do right, or you come back in here, I'm going to put you in jail, right? And it was from that moment that I wanted to change my life, not because of like what was going on at home, you know, at that point, at that time. I mean, even where it is now, it's still infested with a lot of meth, and I grew up around that. And so,
oh God,
for me,
the bane of our society. It's decades now. We've lost a generation, maybe 2 generations to crystal methamphetamine.
And the one thing that a lot of people don't know, and I don't really share, is that my dad actually was murdered because of a drug deal gone bad, right? And I think for me, like, that was an eye-opener, because up until that point, as when I was in middle school, I always asked my dad, like, why are you doing drugs? I mean, my stepmom at the time was doing it. He wasn't doing it. He was fine. And then he did it. And then I remember coming home from school one day, and we were in the car, and he just said we had no money, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, why do you do drugs? Like, why are you doing it? And he said, you know, this makes all our problems go away, right?
Makes his problems go away.
Yeah, made all his problems go away. And for me, it was from then that I realized, like, I didn't want this life, right? Like, I want more than what we were going through. I mean, we were living decent. We had a decent home. It wasn't concrete, but it was wood. I mean, when you're losing like a shelter, a wooden shelter,
you've got a roof over your head, which is and anymore in 2022, that's a lot more than other people have. I woke up this morning and I could hear the rain falling on the tin roof and the tarp in the backyard, and it occurred to me that there are people that I pass by every day at the intersections. I wonder where they slept last night. Were they able to have a dry night last night? And my guess is for more than one or two of them, the answer is probably no. I didn't know this about your background here. Tell me a little bit more.
So from that, I mean, obviously, you know, I mean, I went from, I pretty much at that time, it was only 4 high schools at the time. I went to every one but Southern because I was always running away from home. I eventually ended up at GW, and it was from there where I think most people don't know this, I was a 10th grade a senior. It was my 4th year in high school, but I only had 10th grade credits.
Oh, no.
And then from there, you know, I forgot which teacher, but there was a specific teacher that just felt bad for me, where I kind of just realized like I was this troubled kid, and kind of guided me into taking night classes. At that time, they had the GDOE night school, and then there was the GCC night school.
Yep.
So I was like in day school, night school, and then another night school, even if it meant like I walked home every day. And GW was in Minilao, and then our home was like in Back Road, right, to Anderson, Marble Cave. And even if it meant I walked home every day, but I did that.
Oh, that's a stretch. Oh, my God.
Yeah, and I did that. I graduated from high school. I didn't graduate the year I wanted to, but I graduated a year later. I did it, and I joined the military. I mean, at that time, it was either I joined stay here and work 2 jobs to help my grandma raise my 4 brothers, who my dad had left with her at the time, or join the military. And so I chose to join the military to financially help my grandma support my
There is
brother.
nothing wrong with that. And that was an avenue. I know more than 1 or 2 people for whom that was this is the choice, is I can sit around and hang out and drink beer with the guys in the grocery store at the end of the day, or I can join the military, get myself a trade, have them send me to school when I'm done, and take advantage of the GI Bill and actually do something with yourselves. I'm proud to hear you tell that story, and I hope that there are young people around the radio that are hearing that story and recognize that there are opportunities for you in the service as well.
Definitely. And I tell people come to me about it, or come to me for advice a lot of times with the military, people with my kind of my background, right, or my story. And I tell them all the time, the military is not it's not the only way, but it's a good way, especially for a lot of us who come from a home that had no structure. I think for me, I learned right from wrong from just doing wrong a lot, and a lot, lately, a lot of people can relate to that today, and it's really because most parents are working 2 or 3 jobs, right, to try and to support their family or trying to run a side business, and so. I tell people military is the way to go, especially here on Guam. I mean, the gas, can't really complain about the gas. Commissary prices have gone up, but definitely helps. And then most people today will tell you that they joined the military. Yes, they service, and people are proud of what they've done and where they've gone, and proud to serve their country and serve Guam. But most people do it for one reason, and that's because the cost of living here is very high.
Oh,
it's
a story that's told nationwide. I mean, if my dad was here, Pop would tell you the story about how, as a very young man, just turned 18 and didn't have enough. He didn't weigh enough to join the Navy, and so he went to the recruiting office. And this is a level of desperation back in those days. He went to the recruiting office, and the guy says, "You don't weigh enough, otherwise we'd be happy to take you." He says, "There's a farmer's market across the street. Go and eat 5 pounds worth of bananas and come back." And my dad did 5 pounds worth of bananas, came back, was able to tip the scale over to where it needed to be, and swore himself in that very, very next day. But it was out of desperation to get out of the situation that he was in at the time. And I can hear the same thing in your voice. There's always an opportunity, and especially now because the military is going through the same hiring issues as most businesses are. I think that I don't know to what degree they'd say they are relaxing recruitment requirements, but it's there and worth talking about. What branch did you hit?
I was in the Army.
Army. And did they send you anywhere interesting between there and getting multiple degrees?
Well, I did 3 tours in Iraq. I was actually part of the invasion. I was there in the middle, and then I was there towards the end when Obama pulled most of its forces out. So it was interesting to see.
Enduring Freedom, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Operation Iraqi Freedom, and then it turned into
Enduring.
And one thing I share about that experience, and I bring here or when I talk about Guam and what we're going through now, and it's not trying to attack anybody, but really like the feelings that I think that bring me close to that experience was the day that. The vaccine mandate came out, where like you had to get vaccinated or you couldn't, and it just reminded me of like the times like us as the military in Iraq and shutting down cities for people, and just how upset they were, right? Because here is America coming in saying, we're here to liberate you, but at the end of the day, by 5 p.m. you need to be in your house. All your lights need to be off, and if you're out, we're going to arrest you and we're going to interrogate you. Right?
Hey, how's that liberty feel?
So to have experienced that, I think like in my quiet alone time, I was pretty sad to see that Guam had gone to that.
Well, should have gotten on the radio with me. I was bitching about it every day. Exactly those reasons, because I didn't feel that there should be privileges, liberties that I had that all of a sudden somebody could take away from me because I was not part of a new status group, that is the vaccinated people. I'm still unvaccinated, and until a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, I could not go inside of a restaurant. Or a bar to participate in any activities that took place in there because, COVID-19, you're unvaccinated. I still, I can get on a plane. I don't think I can go anywhere because I've got to be vaccinated in most places to get into town. And it is off-putting because you would think that there would have been more conversations about the preservations of those freedoms and those liberties. And I don't know if you were listening earlier, and I talk about the perfect form of government in front of me, and we'll get into this conversation here. It's the government that just leaves me alone. I want to be left alone. I don't want to be told whether I have to have a specific kind of bag in order to go to the grocery store to get groceries. Don't we have any other important problems that we can solve? Why is it we're looking at paper bags and plastic straws? Leave me alone. Let me live my life here. And if you want to be able to keep them out of the mouths of turtles or whatever, then you do work out there in the ocean. But don't make me change my life to have to conform to what your perfect vision of society looks like, especially when we've got problems with crime, we've got problems with the economy, we've got problems with infrastructure, all of those things. You solve all of the other problems before you start trying to solve a pretend problem for me.
And I think that's what really brought me to my initial desire to run was, I lived in the States for a little bit, half of my adulthood, and then coming home, and whether it was from being a student at the University of Guam or trying to get an apartment, trying to get power turned on. There's just, I mean, back, at least 2-3 years ago, thanks to COVID, that a lot of things can be done online. But back to 10 years ago when I got out, it was like everything I did we had to go through a government agency. And it wasn't like we just had to go to the government agency. It was like you had to talk to 5 people to go talk to another person, and then when you talk to that one person and it's wrong, you need to go back to the 5 other people to redo it. And it just got frustrating. And for me, I remember when I lived in Texas in 2001, and I never had to deal with the government when I registered for classes, when I needed to get a phone, get power,
get a new driver's license.
Yeah, everything was fast, and so for me, and I get it, Guam, people say, well, Guam's not like the States. You're right, but I think that's the problem, is that when we keep sitting here with that mentality that this is not the States. I'm not saying that everything needs to be like the States, but there's just a lot of things that can be better. We need to be less reliant on the government. And thanks to COVID, we've automated a lot of things. Can it be better? Sure. But I think that you're right. Like we spend a lot of time on other things that are not important, when really we need to take the government out of not out of everything, but a lot of things that really, when you look at permitting,
Thank you, Mr. Reagan.
When you look at like starting a business, even just to get a business license, or to get your get the certificates in order to get your license, it's like you go to the one-stop center, but it's only a one-stop center on certain days. Like, on this day, it's not one stop, it's only these stops, and then come back on Friday and maybe it could be one stop. But there's those kinds of things that I think that we can do better, so that when we look at, like, I think for me, I'm a millennial, right? So a lot of the things that when people talk to me
try
about,
not to hold it against you, because so far I agree.
When people try to talk to me, or when people talk to me about entrepreneurship, the first thing I want to encourage them to do is, hey, look at some opportunities on the internet, right? It's one thing that I think is as exciting as the gig economy, and nobody really talks about that, right? The Hive opened up their little think tank thing that they started doing there, but of course the pandemic shut that down, and I was excited for that.
No, that was the little incubator, and the same thing has been attempted in other places. I don't disagree. I think there is more that can be done with gig work. I've got openings here at the radio station, and where before COVID, I would have said, all right, I got to go, and I've got 40 hours a week, and I'm going to hire somebody. I'm going to give them this wage, and they're going to get business cards, and they're going to get this, that, and the other. On the other hand, maybe I'm going to drill down to what the specific needs are and bring somebody in for 10 hours a week, because really that's all I need out of you right now, until things get to a point where I can demand a full-time employee. And as an employer, I'm crazy about the idea, because that's what we'll negotiate what the gig is worth, and I don't have to worry about paying you insurance, and I don't have to worry about any of the other benefits that I gotta hand out. Of course, there are some states, California among them, that say no. There's no such thing. You can't get out from under what we consider employment requirements for these people, and that's the danger in the thinking. And unfortunately, one of the problems that we will run into when you were elected is you'll be one of 15. And you're going to have to figure out a way, and maybe the Army taught you how to do it really good, to be able to convince everybody else to see things your way.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because jokingly the other day I was, somebody asked me about that. Hey, if it's not how do you plan to work if the Democrats maintain the majority? And the joke I tell a lot of people these days is, I've negotiated with narcissists. And come out pretty successful. But I think at the end of the day, when we look at, I think for me, would I prefer a Republican majority? Yes. But if that doesn't happen, I think that what's important, and it's always been like something that, when I go into organizations, it's really like, how can we serve the best interest of the people we work for? And I think that that's really the mindset that I'm going to go in with, and I think that's the mindset most people should have. I get you.
You just said it. Who do you work for?
Exactly.
And I think there's a problem that we've got. There's a disconnect in the government of Guam. I think the government of Guam believes that certainly the private sector and the middle class work for them, and it's the opposite. You work for us. I agree. We need a government that serves the people, not the other way around.
I agree, and I think that's. I mean, I think when you in anything that you do, and I think I was in my family, in my work, in the military, in the nonprofit work that I've done with my friends, it's really, how can we help those that we serve, and how do we help build those up around us? And I think that that's really the mindset, or where we need to go in regards to how we do government, because it's really, now it's like, you're right, like now it's, okay, how can I give you money so that I'm not giving you money, but right now, obviously it's election season, so there's all these things that are going out, and it's more, I think for me, it's more about control. And when you continue to put things in place where you feel like I need to be reliant on them, then people are going to, it's like narcissism.
Yep.
Right? Like, I'm going to continue to put all these things in place so that you need me. And
but you've learned from your circumstances.
You're right.
And never want to be beholden to anybody ever again. And I sure do wish that would spread around here like a cold in the family. One of the reasons why we've got the public health emergency continuing is so that there can be additional stipends to people that are in the welfare programs. Arguably, there's a lot of people that need that kind of assistance. And God help you, we'll do what we can. But there are jobs, there are able-bodied people, there are what the Japanese refer to as comfortably poor, and we've got to figure out how to break that cycle around here and get people back into the habit and the dignity of working for a living and of having a career and plugging away at these things. You can have a career and work 80 hours a week and still enjoy the beach with your family on the weekends. And I hope that we start to see that kind of thing again soon. Drilling into some specific issues while we've got a couple minutes left here. As you know, with your military background and having been forward here, what are your concerns on regional security? We've got the North Koreans. They are backed by the Chinese, and the Chinese backers are the Russians. These are interesting times in the second chain, my friend.
So, I wish I could answer the question based on really what I know, but I can't, right? Because I've had classified briefings and clearances, but I know the importance Guam plays in this region. I know what we provide in regards to security to the U.S. and to our people, period. And so we definitely. You see, I need to be very careful because I want to say, but we play a very, very important role in how our island plays, in national security, not just for the U.S. but in the region. And I'm stuck because I know enough to know that it's very important.
Well, okay, as an example, 360-degree view around the area and being able to detect and prepare for and repel any kind of attacks to us. Okay, very, very important. Do you think it'll happen in time? Because they're just now clawing their way through NDAs that are going to bring us about $1.5 billion worth of buildup.
If we don't continue to build posture and we don't continue to maintain a strong presence and to continue to, I'm not going to say we need to take up more land or we need to bring more military assets to Guam, but we either need to maintain or strengthen what we have for sure. If we let our guard down, they will come. Right?
Would you be willing to have a THAAD defense battery in your backyard? Army man, is that one of the classified things?
We have them.
Oh, you've got. I know.
The THAADs
but they're talking about more of these, adding land-based aegis systems and things like that, which I agree with. I'm just concerned that there might be some activist voices out there that say, well, yeah, you can put your THAAD battery over there, but you got to do all the environmental, you got to do all of the archaeological, and I'm like, screw that. If it comes down to my ancestors would want me to put a shield over the house,
and that's another story I want to share because a lot of people think because I'm military that I'm pro-military. I want the military to come and take everything. But a lot of people don't know is, aside from living poor and living on land trust land, is that we were, my family was part of the Chamorro Nation. My family was part of, as a kid, I was there when Angel Santos tried to jump the gate. I hated camping out at the first couple of days at Adelup, right? But I think for me, it was fun. But at the same time, it was like, why are we still here? And of course, as we lived there, we pretty much lived there. I don't know if you ever had a chance to. It was like,
remember the story very well.
It was.
I always wondered what happened to you guys.
It was pretty cool. And to play it, I've been in Adelup. I've been there day and night. We've hung out in there. We played there. But I also value our culture. I value the land, and I know how important that is to families like mine, right, who can't afford to go and buy land, right? They rely on the Chamorro Land Trust. So I understand that value, but I also understand the importance.
Well, the basis you're talking about, and the basis of the movement of the Chamorro Land Trust at that time that led to our existing version of it, and now it's 30 years old, and it still has not necessarily fulfilled all of the promises that even Angel and the framers of it have thought. I mean, there's a long conversation that we can get into on just that one, but I get your point here. Service in the military, important, but also a desire to to maintain what we've got here for the people of Guam. And unfortunately, it's getting dicey to be able to do that. And I lay the blame not necessarily at the feet of the military. We've just got ourselves into a position here, and even Gura is in on it now. Nobody can afford to rent a piece of property because you're in competition now with Section 8 and members of the military that are trying to live off base and enjoy the same kind of lifestyle that we've got here on Guam. I don't know how to solve that problem. I leave that to folks like you. You had mentioned crystal methamphetamine and what a problem it was for you when you were growing up in the 90s. And it was in the 90s that I sat on government commissions and on boards to try to talk about marketing to the young people about, hey, stay away from gangs and stay away from crystal methamphetamines. To some people, it worked. And for other peoples, it continues to be a major failure for us on Guam. And that is our inability to get a hold of crystal methamphetamine as a basis for all of our crime issues. As a member of the legislature, what do you want to do about that?
I think the more important, or the one of, when we talk about crime and we talk about methamphetamine and drugs, we really need to address the root of the problem, which is mental health. I think that's important because, when I talk about my dad and why he did it, and when I look at most people I know today who are on meth or who use meth, a lot of it started with social problems, right? Are we going to fix the social problems overnight? No. But we need to look at mental health and how we can help. One, right now, it's hard because when we talk about mental health, we talk about the pandemic, we talk about the lockdown and the effects that has had on our community, right? People are angry.
Late-coming issues.
Yeah. We're all angry. Even I'm not on meth, but I'm angry. Could you imagine if I was angry and on meth, right? The things I would do, right? And the desperation I would go through to get more meth. And that's the problem. And I think that we you start with looking at mental health. I know that there are things out there to provide, better access for people who are looking for help in regards to mental, but it really is, and I did some research a couple months ago on like how drugs and crime are tied to each other and how to tie that into Guam and what's going on. And I think that we're losing our social values as a people, right? Which is why like now people are putting up fences and people are putting up cameras. Even your cousin, I don't like to put this out there, but even my brother has stolen from me, right? But again, it's how do we restore our social values? And we really need to look again, and right now, because most people turn to glory to God, Gov Guam, right? We need to kind of create an economy again that allows people to be engaged. Dr. John Fernandez is my dad's first cousin. I talked to him a couple months ago, our last election, about what do you think when we look at the education system, and for them, right, again, a lot of their problems come from the underserved communities. What ties circles into their problems?
Mental health issues.
Mental health and their social issues. And so it's really. And when I asked him, I said, well, how do you think as a community, how can we help these families? And it really is, you build a strong economy so that these parents have a job and they're engaged, right? When you contribute to your community, you feel good about yourself.
Well, then we go into education, and then the idea,
so
are we educated? There's a connection. Are we educating our children to be ready for a next level, higher paying, higher salaried positions? There's all kinds of businesses that want to come to Guam, but we don't.
That's another discussion we can get into. My wife is a counselor and social worker for the public school system. All her sisters are educators. So I can sit here all day and talk about how can we help. They always say push more money into, we need to help our students and give more money to the education department. And we do, but I did some work with GDOE as well, and definitely the teachers are overworked. It's not even about pay anymore, right? It's overworked and under-resourced, right? And they get all they spend so much time doing other things rather than educating, right? Like there's all these other trainings and all these other things. When I did some work with GDOE after the election, you're a online teacher. You're a social worker on Friday because you have to call all these kids. Call their parents, and
maybe you got to hand out food. No, I get it, Kali. I wish we had more time. 9:38 in the morning. Where can people find you? You got to find. You said you're not doing a whole lot of fundraising like this week.
Well, we have a website, vinceborja.com. You can find information about me. You can find out the issues that are important to me. You can find us on Facebook, Vince Borja for Senator, and on Instagram as well.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I hardly got to anything else that I wanted to talk to, but it's all they're all woven together, and I appreciate kind of a higher altitude view that you have, and I think it's higher altitude than maybe even some of the other candidates that I've talked to. Not a complete surprise because we talked before, but definitely an eye opener. I'm glad that we had the extra time here this morning to get to it.
Thanks
Vince,
for having me.
pleasure's all mine. Have the girls send me the invites for the fundies, and I'll be out there.
We will. Thanks for having me. Thank you, Guam.
Shots ones. That's what I'm looking for. In 20 minutes, it'll be 10 o'clock in the morning. When we return, Miss Saigon. Stick around.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
On Election Day, the Camacho Addict campaign is asking all our supporters to vote for Felix, Tony, and our Republican Party of Guam candidates for the Guam legislature and the U.S. Congress. The primary election is that first step toward bringing back leadership to Adelup, the Guam Congress building, and the nation's capital. It all begins with you. It all begins with a vote for our collective values. You have to get involved for the process. That's how elections are won. Together, we will rise.
I'm Felix Camacho, and I approve this message.
Choosing health insurance for my family is difficult. I need to know our health insurance will protect us now and in the future. Take Care members have access to the island's largest offering of free fitness classes and health education programs, and a high-quality credentialed network of on- and off-island healthcare providers, including the convenient one-stop FHP Health Center and urgent care. My family choose Take Care. Your family should also consider choosing Take Care. Call 671-647-3526 for more information. Take Care, our island, your health plan.
Hey, I like to make that noise. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. I shouldn't actually give it out because I've got folks in the studio. You guys need to tighten up a little bit more so I can get both of you on the camera. So I got me on the big one, and I've got John Cortez over in that direction, and your names are?
Eris Arthur.
Eris Arthur? Mm-hmm. Okay, so which one do you want me to call you by? Eris?
Both.
Both.
Oh,
Eris Arthur.
It's
Okay.
cooler when it's two.
when it's both names. All right.
Yeah.
What about you? What's your name?
Hi, I'm Clarissa.
Hi, Clarissa. So nice to see you. And then we've got Jellico, who is in the studio, but probably not going to be doing a whole lot of talking. Though you might be. You are a performer in Miss Saigon, right?
Yeah, I'm a helicopter.
You're the helicopter in Miss Saigon.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a disclosure, Jello works here at the radio station. Some of you that bought advertising have bought it from actually her. And reminds me, I've got a lead for you here before too much longer. But it's great to have you in the studio, along with John and Eris Arthur and Clarissa to talk about Miss Saigon.
Yes.
Now, wasn't that long ago? What's her name in the studio with me? What's the girl that was in the studio last time I did an interview on Miss Saigon. Do you remember?
Dandy.
Nah, the one before that. the one that's putting it together. What's her name?
Margie.
See, she's going to kick my ass because that's the second time I've forgotten her name. Sorry about that. Anyway.
I'll let her know.
Yeah, please. Oh, no, this will be on YouTube. She'll be able to see it. But anyway, so I'll start with John. So Miss Saigon still kind of in, I want to say, early stages of production, although I will say thank you very much for wowing the crowd at the Liberation Parade. I thought that was fantastic.
That was fun. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. You managed to stay dry for all of that? Or
not really.
But it seemed to me that everybody was kind of in costume for that.
Yeah. We
a little bit closer to the mic.
Sorry, we started rehearsals basically a week before that, and just threw all the kids in their costumes, riled it up together, and then just threw them out there, and it was fun. It was Cool.
I enjoyed that, and it was a nice reminder that the play was coming to Guam. As you said, you just started rehearsals, and so everybody's still on book right now and learning all of the songs and the dance and things like that for Miss Saigon. And it's a Broadway production here that we're putting together. And you know, when we were talking about this in with the original interviews, I keep thinking in terms of, oh, it's a play.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a play, and Jella's going to be in the play, and my nephew's going to be in the play. It'll be just like Mamma Mia or something like that. But one of the things that I didn't realize is, there's like a certification. Once you're in the play, you can go anywhere on the planet, and when they say, "Well, what you do?" I said, "Well, I was in Miss Saigon," and it's just like saying you were in Miss Saigon in Broadway.
Yeah, pretty much.
It carries the same credentials.
Yeah, we when you purchase the rights and you purchase everything, you have to stick to the same songs, the same directions. You have to follow it by the book. And so being a part of it, even if it's just considered locally, you still have to keep it to the same standards and regiment that the rest of the world have to follow. So if you...
So New York, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, any of these places that we'll do a casting call for Miss Saigon, or really any other show, you'd be able to say, dude, I was in Miss Saigon on Guam, and say, okay, you must have the chops.
Yeah, pretty much.
That is incredible. Now, where have I seen you? What place have you been in?
So I'm not in the show. I'm actually one of the costumers. I helped create some of the looks. I'm also assistant choreographer as well, a dance instructor. So basically, I'm all around. I'm one of the products from Guam's Gate and Visuals Performing Arts on Guam.
Okay.
I grew up in all the musicals that they had out here. I've worked with
You've worked with Artie, yeah.
I've worked with Artie a lot, and that's how I met him with Margie. And so she asked me to come on board, and we were helping to produce this new version because we did it in 2016. And now we want to do it again, but this time give it a little bit more of a background and make the connection, because when we did it the first time, there wasn't really that knowledge that Guam had a huge connection with Vietnam in the mid-'70s.
Well, I did an interview last week with a doctor who was running a museum show down at the Tumon Sands Plaza that I intend to get through it. And you're right, there is a strong connection there. And virtually everything that we were able to talk about were things that I knew because I was a kid when Operation New Life was happening here on Guam. And arguably, while Miss Saigon is kind of an act of fiction, there is a whole lot of for the real that is baked into it to make it meaningful to Southeast Asians and members of the U.S. military that might have connections back to the Vietnam days. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Now, what are you guys doing in the play? Aris, Andrew, and Clarissa, what are you guys up to? What do you guys do? Are you Miss Saigon? No. Okay. Well, you get close to the microphone and give me a little bit of an idea what you guys are up to.
Well, currently right now it's like we're still focusing on the auditions and all that, so it's like anyone else could join right in. So
Can I be just an extra? Can I just be the old white? I'm an old white guy veteran. You know, I never had the privilege of service in the Vietnam War, but just go find me old fatigues or some camis and just what do you? I want to be the old guy that sits at the bar and drinks a beer and smokes a cigarette. Can I do that?
We'd be glad to have you. We'd be glad to have you.
Right. Did I ever tell you about when I was in Little Tuna?
No.
I was in Little Tuna. I played, there was a news announcer in Little Tuna, and everybody was on book. Everybody, there was a script that they did for it. And I said, there's no way that I'm going to remember any of these lines. And they said, well, what do you want to do? I said, I'm actually on the radio. Can I make up my own stories? And so they let me. They'd never be able to do that with Miss Saigon, but they allowed me to write my own script. So every night I had a different script based on actual news of Guam, but I kind of rewrote it. One of my favorites was Lilian Guerrero was running for lieutenant governor with Tom Ada, and I said, do we have an emergency meeting of the Tom and Lou thing tonight because we've got a new motto: the eyes and ears of Guam. And if you have to know what Lilian Guerrero and Tom Ada looked like at the time to understand why that's funny as hell, and it brought the house down. But anyway, getting back to you guys, so you guys are still in the auditioning portion of it. So if you want to be in this play, what jobs you still got out there? What roles are you looking to fill?
Well, we got a lot. Well, the one that I want to be is the engineer character. He's basically can I say that, pimp? like in the whole
Yeah.
show.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, I could relate to that. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
No, I dig that. I dig that. Now, I don't know too much about the story. Can you give me Cliff Notes on Miss Saigon?
Well, actually, it's so what they did was they took the true history of the fall of Vietnam in 1975, and they wrote a love story around it. So it's basically a love story between one of the military and a local girl, and how they meet is in a very unfortunate circumstances, and it's almost, I guess you can say, a modern day tragedy. It's almost a rewriting of Madame Butterfly, of Romeo and Juliet. So it's a really good. Songs written for it, and music and acting, and it helped launch huge careers. Like in the Philippines, Lea Salonga's first huge role.
Never heard of her. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can sing. I can sing from the top of my head all of her Disney songs.
Yes,
and in that voice.
She was one of the first Kims, and that's why I think a lot of people are vying for that role, because it does help to establish a person's. Like you said, they can go anywhere.
Those are big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
We're talking about Lea Salonga, as a matter of fact. So who's Kim now?
Well, that's the thing. Right now, we're rehearsing, we're workshopping, we're what they call mopping. So we want to see who works better with that right now. So actually, Clarissa is not yet confirmed, but she could be one of the few cast, the Kims that we might be casting. So that's why we would love to have her here, as well as we have Aris here, who's in high regard for the engineer, who, by the way, if you watch it, you'll realize the engineer is actually the storyteller. He's the one who helps introduce the characters together. He's the one who tells the stories, and he almost sometimes breaks that fourth wall and speaks directly to the audiences. So,
dude, I want that job.
Yeah,
but I can't memorize anything. That's my big problem. You'd have to have somebody in front of me with this, mouthing it in an earpiece, so I'd be able to get the whole thing done. That which has always been for me one of the things that I am envious of my nephew, because he's got a photographic memory when it comes to the script, when it comes to the songs. He reads it once, he's got it, and then he's off book, and then can work on the rest of the performance. And I know so many other people that are like that, and I'm insanely jealous of them.
I did the chorus line with Artie.
Yes, so you know what I'm talking about.
Every time he went up to sing, I was just like, man, I want to be that guy. His voice is insane.
Yeah, and it's been like that since he was a little boy. He found his calling early, and now trudges along during the day of being a teacher, looking for opportunities like this as they come up. So absolutely delighted to talk about this. Is there a groundswell, if you will? Because you're talking about the original Gate days and working with Artie. That goes back to late '90s, early 2000s. Is there another group behind you that's coming up, or maybe another group behind them? That's coming up. Are we still working on that kind of?
I definitely want to do a shout out to Ann and Ray Gorby. Do you know Ann and Ray? They helped. For me, when I was a student growing up and having the love affair of music and dancing, they were really ones who helped establish the Gate art theaters here on Guam, and they introduced us to musicals, because I have to admit we weren't that aware of many different musicals, and Ray was the one, and Ray and Ann brought on Big River and Camelot, and we did Little Shop of Horrors, Hairspray. We did a lot of great shows, but I don't think we would have been that aware, especially like Once on This Island, I think is one of the most beautiful.
But once you open your eyes to it, open your ears to it, and you can never, it becomes one of those things, you can never unlearn it. And once it is a part of your life, then it will always be a part of your life.
And so when Margie asked me to be a part of this, I definitely jumped on board, because I wanted to be able to give back to the younger generation that's coming up. And I feel like they're so much more talented than we were, because we didn't have the internet, we didn't have YouTube, we didn't have a lot more exposure as the children do nowadays.
Somebody brought a VHS tape and said, this is what it looks like on stage as a bootleg. Have we ever done The Sound of Music?
Not me personally. I think
has it been
way
done
before. I think so. I think they did The Music Man a long time ago. Like
No, The Sound of Music. Now
what's
her face?
I think they did it I think
we need to do it before all of the good nuns die. We've got to do the Sound of Music at least. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking about myself. Although it's one of those things that I know all of the words to all of the songs. Every once in a while we'll watch it. But there's a strong connection between the convents and nuns and the Sound of Music and Guam growing up in the 1960s, because they played over at the cinema every year. There was a showing of the Sound of Music, and every year every student from Cathedral Grade School was put on a bus to go and watch that with the nuns. 9:53 in the morning. Fun conversation. Jella, do you want to add anything to this? Are you okay just kind of sitting back watching me being brilliant? Okay, good. All right, so the rest of this now comes down to, as we said, the play is coming. They're working on it now. We're still looking for people. And at the top of this, before we open the microphone, I said, hey, where's that famous guy, Garrett Bolden from the Philippines, Kapusa? And so he's already been selected to play to be in Guam's showing of Miss Saigon.
Yeah, we were hoping to bring also some, as well as local talent. We're also hoping to bring a lot of international talent too, and just see who is interested in it.
But he's busy in the Philippines at the GMA, so
he's really.
So how can he be in your show and rehearse with you guys and still be in the Kapusa?
Well, I have a feeling like a lot of, especially performing arts Filipinos, are very like, they can come in and do this show like on the back of their hand. They really know. So he might come in later on, but jump right into the show and be a great addition to it. But I really do think that with that goes to show how much pull this musical has, is that people who are not originally from Guam might want to come out and just to be a part of the show. And it's a great opportunity for us to blend different talents and different experiences from, I think I've benefited too when I grew up working with international cast as well. And so that's another good thing that I think World Theater Productions and Margie helps to promote, is the mixing of different cultures.
Well, there's a it's a back and forth between you. So you will reciprocal. So you will be working. He will come out here and leave. He will deposit some of the Garrett here on Guam, and then there are always opportunities for people from Guam, now that we've got a connection with somebody that is known in the Philippines and one of the GMA stars. And there's a network of these kinds of things. And once you can make that connection, fly to Manila and then go hang out with him and maybe rub shoulders with some other guys, and you never know where the conversation is going to be going. Now I hate to say what's coming up next, but I know from having been involved in some stage work in the past, the worst day is the last day of the show, because you guys will have been working together for 6 months. You will know each other's smell, and so at some point you go, well, I guess that was it. Curtains closed, and we did what we did. There's always a next thing, right? I mean, so. Yeah. When we look at Miss Saigon, and when that's all done, when the performance is taken care of, and everybody got all the royalties have been paid, you guys working on anything else?
I know we're always working on other things. This is actually one of my first productions with World Theater Production, but World Theater Production is always working on something new, bigger, grander, and hopefully we'll get to see.
How many more Mamma Mias are we going to do on Guam?
I would love to do Mamma Mia
the thing is, it never gets old.
That was so much fun. ABBA music is great. It never ages, and I was so glad to be able to. I was
the worst part about Mamma Mia is everybody knows all of the ABBA songs to begin with, and even the stage versions of the songs. So you're sitting in the audience watching Mamma Mia. There's a whole chorus of people singing along beside you, which I think is absolutely terrific. How do we encourage more people? And you're talking about young people, right? How do we encourage more old farts to participate one way or the other?
I honestly think it's just a matter of showing up and showing what can happen from it. Like, that's why I have to tell my backstory and why I talk about the fact that I grew up under Gate. And because, again, I don't think a lot of people get to know what a great lifestyle it is to be a part of something where you can be different characters and get all of that frustration out and on stage, and then come back and go back to your regular life. And I think being a part of a musical, plays, and theaters, it helps you alleviate even stress relief sometimes, to be able to be somebody else for like an hour or two and get all of that frustration out, and then come back and be yourself and settle down. And
Right.
yeah.
Well, you're talking about acting.
Yeah.
You're talking about act. That's a trick. Can it be sometimes where you are a regular person, 8 to 5 Monday through Friday. You're this guy at home. You're this guy at work, and then all of a sudden you take on the persona of the engineer on the play. Is that a stretch for you? Do you find yourself, seeking the motivation, as they say? Who am I? Who is this character?
Well, what I like about him the most is like he's viewed as the villain in the whole storyline, but in reality, it's like I wouldn't consider him a bad guy because he just grew up with the awful situation of the French occupation of Vietnam. So it's like the term that we call the children the dust of life, Pui Doi. To me, he's personally one of those, but he was just one of those who wasn't saved. You know what I mean? So he's such an interesting character because it's like if instead of working a brothel was a school, he would have done well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But these are the circumstances. These are the cards that you're dealt, and this is how you're going to live or die in all of this. I get fascinated with it the same way. When I talk to authors about, how did you manage to write 500 pages worth of something, and then how do you get into a character? You either are that person or you aren't that person. But I watch and see, and I was talking about this movie either late last week or early this week. I was watching a Jim Carrey documentary on how he played the guy from Taxi. Andy, what's his face? And Andy Kaufman. And he got into the character and just would not leave it for like the entire filming of the movie that he did, Man on the Moon. He did that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as Andy Kaufman, and it was absolutely crazy. So this will be fun. Well, we'll work on another interview here between now and when is the play going to?
So it's going to be held at the UOG Cowell Fieldhouse from September 2nd to the 4th. We still have a lot of time, so that's why it's great for us to still be requesting for anybody who would like to join.
Talent, construction, we need guys to paint the set, that kind of thing.
No, we need cast members.
Oh, cast members.
This show, this show is a big ensemble show. So if you would like to join, please give us a call or show up to. You can call me at 797-0661. And we can get you into the cast. We can have you audition for roles if you'd want to still take part of roles, which is why we haven't really set roles yet, because we're still hoping that if people want to come and join, we want to give them the
you might be able to have a different mix and match of one thing or another. And as the show goes on, which has happened before, you might not always be the same character every night, which will happen.
Yeah, they can purchase the tickets too at the MissSaigonGuam.com too. So if you're interested in purchasing the tickets as well.
We'll sell some more tickets next time, just after 10 o'clock in the morning. Hey, I got to break away. I had a fantastic program here today, and we'll do some more of that. What are we working tomorrow? Wednesday? Thursday?
We'll be here.
Thursday, when the weather's supposed to be nice. We'll see how that plays out. For Real Joe and Donna and Joanne and Jerry Roberts, and we'll throw Jose's name in there. My name is Ray Gibson. Thanks for listening. Catch us tomorrow, 6. Love you, mean it. Bye.
Our running mate Mike Pence was also in Washington speaking to a young conservative group.
Now more than ever, we need to lead America with a freedom agenda focused on the future.
This is the second time in 2 days Trump and Pence have spoken at rival conferences. The parents of a 14-year-old girl killed by Los Angeles police in a clothing store last year have filed a lawsuit against the department and the officer whose rifle round went through a dressing room wall. America is listening to Fox News.
Get all of your favorite Fox News podcasts ad-free on Apple Podcasts with Fox News Podcasts Plus. From Trey Gowdy, the Fox News Rundown, Will Kane, Brian Kilmeade, and so much more. Go to foxnewspodcasts.com for all the details. The Fox News Rundown, a contrast of perspectives you won't hear anywhere else. Your daily dose of news twice a day. Featuring insight from top newsmakers, reporters, and Fox News contributors. Listen and subscribe now by going to foxnewspodcasts.com. New. From the Fox News Podcasts Network, Dana Perino, co-host of the 5 and America's Newsroom on Fox News Channel, returns to the world of audio with a new limited-time podcast, Everything Will Be Okay with Dana Perino. Building off the success of her best-selling book of the same name, Dana provides an unequaled brand of advice built on real-life experience and interviews experts and individuals that make a